Greetings, chat room. Hi again. During my last stream, a week ago, days ago, I don't remember when it was. Spent like an hour or so going over everything that had happened since the last time I streamed. I won't do as much this time. Just want to get to games. And hello everybody, Lich Legacy and all the fancy hype train emotes, as they're called these days. Very useful balloon animal dog emote. Hello Mr. Crits, yeah, has been a long time. Alu, El Sparko, Dragon Ice, I see you. Waza. So Fungus and Hexen Hell bringing more energy to the chat room than the stream has ever had, on or in the chat. Speaking of Gongo, I caught the very last end, well, the end of the birthday streams for the cat. And it was, what is that, one of those collections of Everything is Terrible, I think? Did they put those together? Where it's just like one of the Osmo birthday. But it was I don't know, just those collections of Everything is Terrible are so just supremely well crafted, and just the stories that it tells is breathtaking and demented and probably nightmare inducing, which are all emotions that are fun to explore. So a lot of the music you were hearing in the intro was from Survival Spheres. It's one of my favorite artists that creates Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Alan Wake inspired kind of ambient music. Then I had Baba Is You towards the end. I recently acquired a bunch of Baba Is You music for the stream. Osmo is very old now. Isn't Osmo just like 4? Or am I completely misremembering? 3, okay. My parents' cats are like 15. Quite old. Yeah, Baba Is You has some excellent songs. Your cat was 20 before she passed? Oh my god. Here's some of my favorite Baba Is You tracks. And I like watching the visualizer. I'm always pointing the wrong direction. Because I want to have the camera set up how it actually is, not mirrored. So I have to get used to that. But yeah. But anyway, that the visualizer, so that the lowest pitch sounds, they're quite loud. The lowest pitch sounds are down here, and then the higher pitches. Oh, I do this. So I really like seeing a visualization of the music. A lot of bass in this song. I tried so hard to make it so that it wouldn't break at the bottom if the bass was so intense that it reaches the highest of the high pitches, but I just couldn't figure it out. Man, this game just has some great music. Others. It's probably one of the most memorable ones. Even if you haven't played the game, you've probably heard this song. So I think it's like the second puzzle or something. I get this chord progression stuck in my head all the time. Baba Is You guy made a solitaire game last year, really? An indie dev making a card game? Current year? Incredible. And I was looking through some of the tracks that I have here, and I forgot there was a thing that was popular for a while on YouTube. I don't know if it still is. There's this idea of just stretching more of the ambient Silent Hill tracks down. And they sound surprisingly nice. You know, Paul loves to stretch music, not parts of himself. So like Day of Night. So here's the stretched version. And it sounds so weird to hear the non-stretched version, because this is just so... This sounds like how I remember it. Then I'll play the normal one after this. Just got off your hour... Wait, just got off by the hour imprisonment, also called a job. See? Well, welcome to not job. But here's the normal version. Now this sounds too fast now. Then here's another one. Float up from dream. Slow down. Love the chords in this song. I want to learn these chords. here's the normal version. So I guess the slowed version wasn't slowed down that much. I don't really completely understand how it's called a Paul stretch, and it's used like an incredible amount in like ambient music. I think it's a technique that's been around for quite a long time, so it's not... Oh, I forgot there's vocal.
Paradise despoiled by mankind.
Yeah, I see it.
And your true self as well.
Writing down.
Also that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
Right. I'm not sure exactly what the technique does, because I think if you actually just take audio and stretch it out, that you start to hear the individual samples that make up digital music, or just audio in general, and it sounds really bad. Like you hear like a the more it gets stretched out. So I think what Paul stretch does is it does some sort of extra interpolation between things, and it tries to like maintain the integrity of the sound. So you get this really just blurred ambient kind of sound. Oh, hey, Whittler. Yeah, Whittler would be the expert on this kind of thing. Cuts the audio up into many, many parts, fading between them, in and out of each other slowly. Yeah, it's really effective that it just almost feels like cheating or something. Just like take any sound and stretch it out, and it's like gorgeous. I'm done. But I feel like the technique has probably been around a really long time. Granular audio, I see. Speaking of this, I have some essential viewing before I play the games. I'm going to be playing Nophenia, by the way. Nophenia, that released a few days ago. I played the demo earlier this year, liked it a lot. It's a very Yumeniki inspired 3D exploration kind of dream game. Anyway, before that, I have some essential viewing, and I'll put the audio way down. This... Oh. Ah. All right, here we go. Well, this is... I don't know about you guys, but that's how I like to start my mornings. Here's some more essential viewing. One's a bit more perceptible. This one is fucked. Banned for showing this. How about our regularly scheduled content? This one is 435354838348183, but I personally preferred 192.326.1.456. This was a pretty big departure from the regularly scheduled programming. Oh, spoilers. I'll share a link to this one. It is a rabbit hole. In fact, I have like 30 of these. Oh. This one was this. But how about this? All right, it's enough of that. What? Okay, jump scare. How about something like this? Reminds me of, what was that thing called? Milk? But what is it, Winamp? Like a visualizer? I can't remember what it was called. Milk drop, yeah, that's right. This is a little bit more famous. Um, so this is the well-known 127509572 197059201790572197005. I need to turn off recommendations at the end. This just looks like Ocarina of Time model pack. Like, I want to play this version of Zelda. Is it a game? I don't think so. There's a version 3 of Milk Drop out now. I remember I had some issue running Milk Drop. Isn't it like a Macintosh only program or something? There's something like exclusive about it that made it really hard for me to install, unless that's changed. Probably gonna get me VOD muted, but who cares? Yeah, bitrate is just going to absolutely destroy just about everything I've been showing. I remember sorry to skip around. Yeah, this is what we imagined cyberspace would be like, virtual reality. It's going to be a rain of ones and zeros. Like that one movie. So hello, Hexagon. And thanks for the follow, a confused cyborg. I think Confused Cyborg is a very good summary of the last 30 minutes. Oh yeah, rapid flashing lights warning, sorry. Oh, here it comes. Thanks for the follow, Shruggers. I have dreams like this. Wonder why. Blind. Does anyone know, is there a Chrome plugin or something to stop recommendations at the end of YouTube videos? I hate being jump scared by like Northern Lion or something. What is this? Use the pop-out thing in Firefox and then only capture the pop-out so you don't see any of that. Oh, that's good to know. I wonder if Chrome has a pop-out kind of thing.
The monument did not move, but its voice vibrated in the air. I cannot reveal what you seek. Names are not things to be played with. Names create, transform, and destroy.
Is there like a Boards of Canada song that has this audio in it?
It was a dangerous substance I did not yet know how to handle.
One of the main reasons he switched to Firefox was that whole kind of plug-in thing. Pop-out thing. I'll have to look into that because I really don't... Like, I wish there was a way for me to just rapid succession show YouTube videos without all of the jank. I mean, I know I could download all the videos and then play them separately, but...
The feet of the hooded lady. I spoke to her of the warmth I was back. I did not seek the
There's a lot of my favorite things on YouTube. Just actually favorite things in general are usually the less I understand what I'm looking at, the more I enjoy it. It just, you know, leaves so much more to imagination. sounds really good, Sphinx. I'll have to look. So it's just a Firefox thing? I wonder if anyone's made a Chrome equivalent. I remember correctly, the video this comes from, this guy's whole channel is a lot of this. He's doing some kind of like radio signal visualization thing, and it was really interesting. Let's see if I can remember. Yeah, look at this guy's channel. Get to make sure I have no... nothing crazy on my recommendations. This is all of his videos. Then there's just fishing game, web fishing, and then back to normal stuff. The very first video is just Smash Brothers. It's like a whole thing in itself. Our YouTube videos are YouTube channels where sometimes people just use a channel to just upload a random thing out of just utility, and then they decide they want to use their channel for other things later. It's like, oh, here's some Smash Brothers gameplay. Then suddenly we're just doing this. Like, I bet there was at least one person subscribed to this guy that's just like, what happened to the Smash Brothers highlight reel? What's this? Oh, this is a well-known song, isn't it? Just checked control panel for YouTube. Has a setting to remove previews for next videos. Oh. That's the Lane theme song. I still need to watch Lane. It's like probably the most recommended anime thing that's ever been recommended to me. Like, you would like it so much. I believe it. I think I would like it. But would I like this is the question.
You gotta talk loud because the microphone's up here.
Should I get closer to the microphone?
Yeah, that's good. Right about like that.
Right about here, huh?
Yeah, talk loud so we can hear you.
Well, Tom tells me I'm on TV. And this is my first experience, my first appearance on TV, and I want to make damn sure that, you know, I take full advantage of this. I'll probably never be on TV again. I want to say hello to Claire, Mom and Dad. I want to tell Claire everything's going along all right. I'm eating a little bit of spaghetti here that Austin's little daughter made. Bananas locked herself out of the car. Tom fell down chasing the ball. And all the little kids around here, they have
Yeah, what losing one Smash Bros. Match does to a motherfucker, yeah.
John Chavetta, Junior's been here, Anna's here, Claire's here, Daddy is here, Carolyn and Rose are here. Just everybody's here. And I'm real happy to say hello and happy that I'm here. And glad to be on TV. I hope he's having a wonderful summer.
Okay, thank you, Uncle.
Now let's see what this Smash Brothers gameplay is. Oh, it's the tournament Melee every day. Like Zoraldo main gameplay. Huh. Like an AMV. No, what? This is just 3 weeks ago. This is unvetted content, and we're already at a mattress in a room. It was Peach and not Zelda? I'm pretty sure it was Zelda in the end. I mean, Zoraldo. Well, I have an ad that's going to play in 2 minutes. So what I'll do, more of this for the next 2.5 minutes, and then I'll go to game after break. Now, what is this? I feel like I'm looking at crime scene video. Playing horseshoes in the yard. It's a crime. 30 seconds until advertisement. All right. Well, that was that. Sorry, here's some ads. Be back in 3 minutes. Also, I restream to YouTube if you want a player without any ads. So right. Nophenia. Game released just... yeah. This game released just a few days ago, and I played the demo on stream. It was very nice. What's gonna bother me is that my camera... in general. Experimental. The ad told you to clean your car. It's a sign. But, as you all know, I absolutely adore this type of game. Just wander around interesting places, and that's about it. Nice music, nice visuals, usually kind of on the dreamier side. Your audio levels. I think this should be fine. And praise this dev for starting the game in windowed mode. One of my most hated things is when you open a game and it just hijacks your monitors and throws everything all over the place because it's trying to full screen like 1024, and it's just big chaotic disaster. It's very frustrating. Let's check in one last thing. All right. So, I'm supposed to play this with a gamepad. Shoot. Reaches over into the depths of the unknown part of my desk for my submarine navigational tool. Just a minute, folks. Sorry, that was me. Ignore it. Windows, please stop. I think this is also made in Godot. Okay. It's doing weird things to my monitor. Okay. I wonder if when you're making something that's integrated on Steam, if you can choose how achievements are conveyed to the player. At least that achievement noise isn't that interrupting, but I hate playing a game when there's like an important emotional moment and it's like, achievement. What program that is? Looks like classic YouTube, like from 2005 YouTube. Okay, interesting controls. Oh my god. Game lags like crazy when you try to pause. Lovely menu, I like this. Forget. There's a howl button. Game seems to be loading in assets as I walk into them instead of loading them in advance. Oh. Nice. Moon. Question is it Moser or Segunda? Love seeing flashing red lights from radio towers and such things in the distance through fog. Winning formula. Winning combination, I guess. Notice that I'm leaving footprints. Nice. And even though this is, I think I mentioned this during the demo, but even though this is an effect that is happening because the textures are just low resolution, but when you look through the trees, just the amount of branches overlapping just becomes a blur, even though you know it's just a dense amount of overlapping branches. But I feel like that happens in real life too, where like something, the complexity of something that you're looking at just gets to be so overwhelming that it just appears like a blur. So I feel like I've seen photographs like this. Yeah, I don't know why a girl with like a dog girl, like why? And I've never liked the trope of where like, oh, cat girl, dog girl, and it's just person with ears glued on and tail. Like if you're gonna make an animal human hybrid, it needs to be a, like, the genetics of both things need to just be battling it out. It needs to be like a harsh combination. It almost looks like this creature is in a little bit of pain because of the two things are struggling to overtake this creature. Should have like big teeth and fur, and they shouldn't just be person with ears and tail. It needs to be like a, you know, a monstrous combination. Just seems low effort just to be like, haha, wearing ears, now I'm a cat person. Reminds me of Easy Delivery Company. It does. Yeah, low poly, snowy, kind of dreamy. I've definitely had a lot of moments like this exact situation. I mean, not quite the same architecture, but back when I was living way up north, when we get intense winters like this, it was a lot more isolating feeling. And I loved doing long walks right before the sun came down, and you get this bluish glow of everything. Because like when sunlight and moonlight hits the snow, it all diffuses around so differently in like a unique way that only happens in the winter. Everything, like the shadows of everything just disappears. That's such an interesting look. I mean, especially what happens sometimes too is that streetlights, if they're still at the really orange colored ones, like snow will reflect the orangish colored light around, and then everything just has kind of an orange glow to it. It just always like brings back so many memories. What does the sign say? Just no people. Just don't even exist here. Thanks. Hello, Roy. Just eating breakfast. Hope you've chilled out a bit and no longer have to watch the stream by putting your phone in the refrigerator. Yeah, Inner Evil, I think, yeah, Khajiit and Elder Scrolls, I think, is more of the direction that I think is more interesting. Where it's not just person with ears and tail glued on, that it's more like a better hybridization. Don't play on the road. You bought a new phone. I hope that's not because your old one broke from melting in the heat. Oh, there's a cemetery over here. Interesting. I think even in the game's description it says wolf girl because why not or something. I mean, it's clearly trying to be like Yume Nikki, and I get it. That's great. But it's just many anime tropes are just very confusing to me. People are like, oh, this is just the way it is. You know, we just do it like because it's always been done this way. Even though I'm a fan of very crispy pixels, just unfiltered square-edged pixels. I do appreciate what this is doing. It reminds me more of like Nintendo 64. That was something that was a big part of the N64, was like the blurring of everything. Was it Gorad shading or something like that? I can't remember what it was called. Because other consoles at the time, like PlayStation 1 and stuff, were all using kind of that blur technique. You want EQ Legends to have a ability to turn off filtering. I know, like I wish there was some like NVIDIA video card thing where you could force any game that you're playing to turn off texture filtering. Maybe it's just a sign of being old, but like I don't want blurring of anything. I like seeing hard edges. Like I even just turn off anti-aliasing in a lot of games. I like jagged edges. It's me desperately clinging to my childhood when games were this way. I don't know. I think just aesthetically I enjoy the look of hard edges. Cool detail. Anti-aliasing is one thing you can't do without. I mean, I guess it depends on the game. Like if I was playing GTA, like playing a game that's trying to be really, really realistic, then I would use anti-aliasing. But like a lot of times just playing in a high resolution naturally hides jagged edges. You don't really need all the other stuff. So it always makes me question, like, why is it seen as undesirable by most people to have jagged edges? Is it because it resembles old graphics? Maybe in real life, since we don't have jagged edges, you want to remove things that are not present in real life? Like, how are we conditioned to think what good and not good graphics are? Endless Zone Zero has characters like we're describing. Face is like a rabbit on top of this. Wait, well, their face is also rabbit-like on top size of features. Yeah, I like seeing different approaches to that things. I like the concept of animal-human hybrids, but not really a fan of a lot of the popular depictions of such things, and in certain fan bases where that is the highlight of their aesthetic. Most of the time it's just not appealing to me, so I like seeing just more monstrous depictions. It doesn't need to be like horror, but just ones that don't try to be cute on top of everything. I mean, cute has its own thing, which, you know, in its own context is nice and all, but I like seeing things that don't try to make it appealing in the end. I want to see things that aren't afraid to be a little ugly and unappealing, and then in turn becomes more appealing because it's not trying hard to be unappealing. Or it's not trying hard to be appealing, so therefore it becomes more appealing, or something like that. A lot of it comes from the change from CRTs to LCDs and stuff too. Yeah, and I suppose like in a game, like if you're playing an FPS, where being able to read what's in the distance is really important, that you want edges to be smoother so you can better understand what you're seeing far away. I'm gonna check after I'm done playing this, which I think this is a couple hours. I mean, it's just wandering around. It's not like I don't think there's any boss fights or anything, which I don't think there should be. But a game like this could work really well with workshop integration. If there's just some seamless way to just download things that people make and just go explore them. Because that's what's so great about like Yume Tuki, Miki, all such things, collective unconscious, is just the endless amount of fan-submitted creations, and you just wander around people's dreams. And this sort of like volumetric... Actually, I don't think this is even volumetric. So when I've been trying to make my own stuff, games and VR chat worlds and everything, that the way that fog is rendered in games can be really confusing at times, because sort of the standard way that fog tends to be done is that it does not take into account the sky. And you'll notice this in some older games where it's like the sky will be perfectly clear and then all of the geometry is what's fading into the distance. And I think because the way that fog is rendered in early game engines and things just does some kind of like depth buffer trick that just happens to look fog-like, and it worked really well. This is why like PS1 games have fog. But yeah, the biggest problem is usually that the sky does not get fogged over. So like here you can see that the sky is taking some of the fog, so they must have used some additional thing to take that into account. But a lot of people just slap the default Unity fog or whatever on and call it a day, and I think it just takes away so much. What was that? Or sometimes you will just intentionally choose, when you're choosing the fog color, choose one that matches the skybox or the sky texture. So then it kind of gives the illusion of blending in with the sky, and that's actually what happened in Half-Life 2, is that they intentionally designed, like in the coast levels, they did not have a system of fog that would actually have volume to it. It would just be using the like depth buffer trick that old games use for fog. So instead they just designed the skyboxes to have a gradient to a solid color as it got near the horizon, so that way you could use this ordinary fog system and just choose that solid color so that it felt like it was blending in with the sky when it really wasn't. Remember, that took me so long to figure out way back in the day in like 2004 or 5 when I was making Half-Life 2 maps. I was like, I can't get the fog to look right, it looks so ugly, what am I doing wrong? It turns out the skyboxes are made for a specific type of fog color, and you can't really deviate from that. You have to use what they're designed for. Hey, are those moths? Interesting. Do I blink in dreams? No? This is not something to think about. But I think it's inevitable at all of my streams, we inevitably talk about dreaming at some point. A lot of my favorite games are just dreamy like this. Oh, I think the reason it fades out is because it's doing a repeating thing. And it blinks, I guess, to cover up the transition between each repeat, I guess. But that's just so weird about dreams, is that it's like your thing that... The thing that normally uses all of your senses to create a memory or an experience is now operating on its own with no guidance by your eyes or ears or any of your other senses. It's just in a loop. It's like giving itself things to think about. So like as a result, all of the like input from the world around you is not being used to convince your brain that a memory is real or not. And that's like my theory why it's when you forget dreams so easily after waking up, is your brain realizes, wait a minute, all of these memories all these experiences I just had, these are not reinforced by my eyes and ears and all of these other sensory organs, so throw it all away, it's worthless information, it wasn't real. Because like normally your memories are created because the more senses that are involved in the creation of this memory, the more your brain decides, ah yes, this is important to know. Sort of like if you're at the scene of a crime or just something that happens, and maybe you only hear it and that's it. So that's not going to be a very strong memory because you only heard something. But if you see something and hear something, you have two of your senses that are giving credibility to this experience to your brain. So your brain is like, ah, yes, this is much more important. So that's why, like, when you write down notes with your hand, how it's like you can better memorize things by recreating it with, by writing it by hand, because not only is this memory is it a visual thing? And if someone is talking to you, like a teacher is talking to you, it's like, okay, it's an auditory thing, it's a visual thing, and now my sense of touch and my hands are all working together to form this memory. It's like the most credible memory you could create, because all the senses are agreeing that this is an important thing. So it sticks in your mind better. But if you're only using just like one of your senses to develop this kind of thing, then your brain's like, this isn't a very credible memory, it's not very strong, it's not reinforced by all the senses, it's not as important for me to remember. I think it's why, like, when you're learning languages and stuff, it's like you do so many different forms of memory acquisition where it's like, okay, I'm reading stuff, I'm listening to things, I'm speaking things, I'm writing things down. You're using all of your senses so that all these parts of your brain can work together to create a lasting memory. But anyway, no, I don't blink in dreams. So that was where the demo ended last time, so this is all new territory. You blinked in a dream, you would teleport. It's interesting because, like, when I am about to enter dream state, I can tell the moment that my brain is about to start falling asleep. Because I'll have all these memories that I'll be thinking about in my mind. Now we're blinking like crazy. I'll have all these memories, I'll be thinking of things, and then when my memories just start not making any sense, and like I can understand, like, haha, yes, these thoughts don't make any sense anymore, then I know, yes, I'm about to fall asleep. Because usually part of what I do to fall asleep is I pretend like I'm explaining a complex thing to somebody, something that I know a lot about, and I'll pretend like I'm standing in front of them and presenting this like information like on a live stream. So it's my mind is going through and recalling a lot of memories and a lot of things like that, and then as soon as it starts derailing and my mind is like, wait a minute, no, this isn't right, huh, what, no, and I know, like, yes, that means I'm about to fall asleep. Good. I can catch myself. Yeah, it's like unraveling over time. I'm thinking I see figures moving around in the distance, but I think it's a bubble right in front of the camera. Reminds me of one of my favorite worlds in VR chat, which I never remember the name of. It's like Ascension or Ascending, something Ascending. But it looks like this, but it's not immediately apparent that you're underwater. There's just big tubes in bubbles rising up with similar relaxing music like this. Or ambience. It's just an endless plane of like tiles on the ground and tubes of water with fish in them, and then you look up and then you see this kind of thing where it's like the surface of an ocean or something like that. Oh yeah, Max, that's one of my most common dreams. Yeah, when you're trying to... It's a dream where you're trying to get somewhere, but you can't get there. That's a huge part of my dreams. Like I've said this on stream so many times before, but it's like my most recurring dream that I've had since I was a child, and still do to this day, is where I am in I'm in the woods. I'm out in like a forested area, which like I grew up around a wooded area, so maybe these are old memories or something. But it's dead of night, and I can't actually see any of the trees. Like I mostly can't see anything. It's completely black. But for some unknown reason, in my dream, I am frantically running away from something. Or not necessarily running away from something, but I'm frantically trying to get to somewhere. So it's not a feeling like, oh, I'm being chased by something. It's more like I really need to get to this place. And there's like a house that's way up on a hill in the distance. And it's just like a silhouette. And then I see like a tiny glowing window as if there's someone home. But I'm just way out in the woods and I'm struggling and the house is not getting any closer. And I'm like tripping over branches and I'm falling. And everything is, I just cannot stand. Like I keep tripping. I'm running in the trees, bushes are like scraping by me, and I'm just forever struggling to get to this house that never gets any closer. And the dream will go on for like 5 minutes of me trying, and then I eventually give up and wake up, and I've never been able to arrive at this house. So it's just like sometimes in the dream I'll be climbing up a hill, and it will just be so slippery and muddy that as I'm like crawling on my hands and knees trying to get up the hill, but it's just like it's too slippery and I just can't get up the hill. But that's my most common dream. You build things like as you try to go to sleep, like you straight up visualize every single piece of a desk or some project and making yes. Like, and I've been working a lot on a 3D modeling project or something. I'm trying to think about the entire process that I went through in recreating. And again, for me, it ends up being like teaching, where in my mind, I'll try to pretend like I'm explaining to someone how I made this model. And in my mind, I'll be going through and saying like, okay, well, first you should do this and this, and then you should make sure that this and this, and you're moving this. And that's a way to help me fall asleep, is by explaining a really technical thing and trying to recall the memories associated with it. Because that makes me fall asleep. It's like my streams make people fall asleep. I make me fall asleep. I guess that's just like my purpose on this planet is to provide people with a means in which to lose consciousness. That sounds bad. To make people fall asleep, I guess. I know, I'm sitting in the water so long, I'm going to be just wrinkly and soggy. Speaking of trenches, fun fact, the reason we get shriveled in water is so we can get more grip to escape the water. You saying it's an evolutionary thing? I figured it was just because our skin is absorbent, and the more time you spend in water, it just takes on more water, and when a substance has an increase in volume, it tends to kind of bulge out and increase in surface area, so it gets wrinkled. I mean, is there like a evolutionary survival aspect to having wrinkly fingers? Is it that common in human life to be underwater for such long periods of time where you would need something like that? Also, this reminds me of like when people talk about their fear of like deep ocean and things. So I feel like people point it out as if it's a really unusual thing. People are like, oh, my fear of the deep ocean. And I know it is a thing, a phobia and all that, but I feel like what human would not be afraid of such a thing? I mean, it's just another version of fear of the unknown. Like, I don't think it's that unique of a thing to have a fear of deep ocean. But then when people say that too, like, what parameters define when something is just underwater and what is deep ocean? Like, there was some game I was playing a while back and someone was saying, and the game started with like a content warning saying like, I always forget what the name for fear of the ocean is, something phobia, thalassophobia or something. So it was like a warning for that. But it was like, they're treating it as if the phobia is such an intense thing where just seeing a picture of a deep underwater situation would be enough to like trigger the phobia in people's minds. And just imagine someone walking into a room and a photo of like scuba divers is on the table and they'd be like, ah, because I feel like there's a lot more depth to this fear than just the imagery of underwater. Like I feel like there's probably a lot of really specific things that have to be present in order for someone to experience this as a phobia. That it's not as simple as like if someone looked at the stream right now and they'd be like, ah, my thalassophobia. I feel like there's something about how engrossed you are in something, how present you feel in the space, like being in VR and doing this kind of stuff. Like, I don't have claustrophobia and anything like that, but there's been some experiences in VR where I've experienced a bit of fear because of that situation. Never an intense one where I like completely lose control or anything, but that's only because VR is giving me such an enhanced feeling of presence that's why it happens. It's not as simple as just seeing an image on a monitor of it would cause it to happen. I don't know. Yeah, I remember Vinny's segment, on deep sea creatures and things. And I just feel like a lot of times people just really oversimplify what goes into making something a fear. It's usually not as simple as just you see thing and you feel fearful of it. I don't know, I never remember exactly what I want to say about things until it just like randomly comes up again. So I feel like I'm supposed to be heading towards the red light. But it's interesting that fear of snakes in particular is one of like the few phobias or just few fears that seems to span across like all cultures. That snakes as a thing that should be feared is so ingrained in our like ape brains that snakes must have been a really big, or have been a big problem in the lives of our ancient ancestors, that it's actually now just a part of our brain that when you see sudden snake-like movements that we're immediately fearful of it. I mean, some more so than others, of course, but like, well, there was like a video I was watching where it's like just about every culture, before cultures started meeting somewhere in the middle and understanding each other's histories and stuff, that like every culture has some kind of depiction of a snake and being afraid of snakes. even like places that didn't have much exposure to snakes still have some kind of depiction of it. I guess snakes are just like the average weird thing. Also, can I die? Wow. Guess so. I think all mammals fear snakes. If I could be an underwater creature, what would I be? I could have the self-deprecating answer or the real one. I mean, the questions are so complex. I think I'd want to be something that is so far at the bottom of the ocean that I have no sense of the passage of time. Maybe like a lanternfish. Something just really hideous and mysterious. Could make a joke, but I won't. And, but yeah, just being able to be a thing that is so far separated from the rest of all life on Earth that you just have this territory of your own and have no sense of time passing. It's like all my, any answer anyone gives is going to be informed heavily by the human experience, and I only think being mysterious and all that is fun because of human experiences, so I don't know. I guess, yeah, like a lanternfish or something. Also, you're not very likely to be bothered by humans when you're that far underwater. But maybe you want to be bothered by humans. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I forget what oarfishes look like. Oh, this is like a ladder leading out of the water, maybe? Or a chain. So the game blacking out is me reaching the edge of the world, and it teleports me to the other side. I guess I wasn't supposed to go here. Oh yeah, can I howl? Okay, my only controls are I can suddenly snap to the direction I'm looking. I can howl. I can have a use button, which nothing to use, and then jump. When I can move the camera. Oh, and I can sit down. Hasn't had a use yet. Thanks for the follow, Oxymoronic. Uh-oh. Can I not move anymore all of a sudden? Eeky Weeky, thanks for the follow. A lot of new people here tonight. Greetings. Greetings. As they say in Skyrim RP. I can no longer move. Wait, it just switched to D-pad controls for some reason. Now I can't use the joystick? Kev, what are you doing? Yeah, now I'm just forced to use the D-pad. Weird. Wait, and then I can't run when using the D-pad? Wait. I know these controls are getting a little weird. I mean, if anyone knows where the exit in this place is, feel free to let me know. Yeah, as I go towards the red light, I eventually hit the edge of this map, and it like reloads or moves me somewhere else. And also the red light is like impossibly far away. I don't think it's actually reachable. I mean, this chain seems like the most obvious thing, because it's, it sticks out and seen from everywhere. I really don't like that I randomly can't use joystick anymore. Both joysticks now control the camera. Emi Guosama? Didn't know that I streamed? Well, hello. Welcome to the stream. What community, or how did you find the stream? Because my streams are a weird combination of like communities that don't normally interact. So it's cool to see where people are from. I mean, a lot of you are from like Sphinx community, Vinny. Some of you are from Mike streams. I can usually tell which one of you are Mike viewers just by your name. But sometimes I get other ones, people from like Easter egg communities, or I'll just get random recommendation people. Like I'm following 900 different streamers, and I get recommendations because it's like, some people that you follow also follow this other channel. You should check out this channel. So the recommendations have been really useful. So like legitimately finding like cool people I didn't know stream. No Man's Land streams. You're just scrolling across the browsing tab. Interesting. But you said you knew of me from somewhere else. Is that just from Vinny? And speaking of streams in different communities, like before I was involved with Vine Sauce and all of that, most of my viewers were from Easter egg communities, especially GTA 5. Oh, this is new. And which, thinking of like GTA 5 and all that, what reminds me is well, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to address GTA 6. And I think this is an issue a lot of us are trying to figure out, because I do not want, well, I don't have and do not want to buy a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series XS Pro Gamer SQ system, because I would literally only be playing the one game. And I was trying to ask relatives of mine, some of which have, oh, here's a door. Oh, okay, this is what I was looking for the whole time. Some of whom have a lot of money for some reason, and I was like, can I borrow your PS5? But I guess a lot of them didn't even buy the PS5. So I'm kind of out of luck, and I just don't want to buy... don't want to buy a console for one game, even though I bought a PS3 to play GTA 5, and I got hundreds of hours of gameplay out of it. But everything is so much more expensive now that it's just like, I can't justify like $900 or something. Like, you know, there's going to be a GTA 6 bundle or something, and it's going to be insanely expensive. Like, I don't care about getting a Pro or anything like that, but just, God, even when it's not a Pro, it's still going to be like $800. Insane. Oh, it's Vinny's offline page is recommending me right now. Nice. Platform exclusivity is such a toxic and unhealthy part. It is. Like, you know, Rockstar is like, we can release a PC version later, make a lot of money, even though I know porting to PC is a big deal. Like, it's not as easy as, like, you know, quickly make the PC version, because they want to do like, oh, we're gonna have like the HD texture remaster like they did with PlayStation, or with GTA 5. As I don't even, the funny thing is I don't really care about GTA as a game. I just like big complex worlds. Like, I think the GTA 6 characters are the least interesting looking characters I've ever seen in the whole series so far. I think it's cool that it's a man and a woman for a change, not just dudes. That's cool, but like the characters themselves are just like, all that we got from the trailers is that they have sex a lot. Like, that's all the trailers show, is just them making out over and over and over, and it's like, okay, that's the character development. Oh, and they're in prison. Or I guess the woman goes to prison and comes out of prison, and then the guy is like a former officer or something. It's like, I've never been any less interested in characters in a GTA game than with 6. And I don't even really like Florida. I'm not interested in Florida either, but so my interest in GTA is entirely based off of good experiences I had with 5, 4, and 3. And the fact that the leaks came out like a year ago or a couple years ago that confirmed there's a huge amount of weird, obscure mystery stuff in it. And I'm like, oh my God, that's like all I'm going to do in the game. Because it's like, in order for Easter eggs and mysteries to be interesting, you have to first establish a cool game first, and then hide the stuff in it. And then Rockstar is already perfected making big, complex open world games. So that makes the mystery searching that much more interesting, because I want to stream a lot of GTA 6, but just looking for Easter eggs. But enough time has passed that there's going to be so many people also doing the same thing that I don't know if I can actually offer anything different. Like, I'm not going to try to claim to be like, oh, we're going to make world first discoveries and I'm going to stake my claim. Blah, blah, blah. I just feel like there's a lot of people that aren't going to be playing GTA 6. And the way that I play games tends to just be so unconventional and just weird that maybe I can provide an alternative way to play the game. Like, I don't care about going fast and shooting and doing all the crimes and all the drug and, you know, all the things that the game lets you do. I just want to dig into the depths of the world and just find and observe the patterns of the people and traffic and how they behave and how the world changes, and just finding different environments and references. And because apparently there's a whole lot more developed out in the ocean. There's gonna be a lot more water oriented stuff with this game. There's apparently some kind of like underwater research lab or something. I mean, there's a whole lot of new types of environments that hasn't really been explored in a GTA game so far. Sorry, I'm sneezing the ads, as they say. Oh, thanks for the follow, Red Maiden. Greetings, egg sister. You know, I'm particularly interested in Florida, but does have a good fit for GTA. Florida is at least an environment that is, I think you're right, it is like a perfect GTA environment, because like it already has the stereotype within American culture of being the most just batshit crazy place where the most unhinged people live and do things. So, and that's, GTA is founded on crazy people doing crazy things. So it's like, you know, a match made in heaven. So it is good for a GTA game. I just personally don't really, Florida, just nothing about Florida appeals to me as the state, but I guess GTA can make it interesting. No offense to anyone that lives in Florida. I don't like tropical climates. I don't like sandy beaches. Oceans don't interest you that much. I mean, if it's like Pacific Northwest oceans, that's a lot more interesting to me. Well, anyway, well, thanks for the follow, Cammy. Yeah, Red Dead 2. Because I played 100% of GTA 5, but I never played any of the Red Dead games, but I really liked how mysteries were portrayed in Red Dead 2. So that gives me a lot of hope for how they're going to do mysteries in 6. Because San Andreas, GTA 3, was where all the mystery kind of stuff, myths, began. It made it fun to theorize about all the obscure parts of the game. And then when 4 came out, it had a couple mysteries here and there, but then 5, that's where things got crazy with the Mount Chiliad mural and Bigfoot, and whoa, it just got capsulized. Let's see. Just reading some of the things you guys are saying. Oh yeah, so but the way that Red Dead treated mysteries is really interesting, is that anytime your character would approach something, you'd pull out your journal and then he would draw a sketch of it. And part of what makes it an Easter egg or something interesting in a game is when the main character barely acknowledges its existence. That's what made the secret so freaky in GTA 5, is that these are secrets that speak to you, the player. It's not your character interacting with this thing and being like, oh, this is weird. Why are there alien UFOs on this mountain? It's like the characters never acknowledge any of it. Like, these are secrets for you, the player. And it's that sort of like breaking of the fourth wall that makes it more enticing and just kind of makes you paranoid. Like, I remember getting a little freaked out when we were testing early theories. Like, okay, it has to be storming, it has to be 3 in the morning, it has to be on top of the mountain, and I'm flying around in a helicopter, and like the rain is intense and the wind are blowing all over the place, and like something's gonna happen, and you know, the ambient helicopter music was playing, and it was just like it was the best kind of just unsettling, freaky moment. It's like the game is about to do something, could potentially do something that no one else has experienced before, like some obscure thing. And that's what made a lot of GTA 5 so enticing, was just that whole fourth wall breaking, just weird aspect of it. But then Red Dead added a whole lot more mysteries. Your character only acknowledges it to the extent of just writing it down, where you draw a sketch of the thing so you could remember it and come back later. And there's so many of them, and a lot of them are never explained beyond that point. All you know is this is something to look into, and there could be more to it. And also led to a lot of like cryptographical stuff, where there's just like weird messages hidden here and there. And a lot of you who are really into the Rockstar Easter egg stuff now are aware of the spider web mystery, that this many years past, people are just discovering the mystery of the spider webs. And what made it such a unusual, what took so long to find, was because people data mined the hell out of Rockstar games, all of their games, when they reach PC. And these spider webs are made out of the same thing as power lines. They were drawn in the world as tiny, thin power lines. And all of the aspects, the symbols, and the whole scavenger hunt associated with the spiderweb mystery, everything is carved into the meshes of models that already exist. So you couldn't just search, oh, secret.mdl, look for really suspicious files. All of these were just built into the mesh of already existing things. That's why no one found them, is because they're undata mineable. So whoever made this mystery is very knowledgeable about how people tend to spoil mysteries. And they managed to succeed in keeping it a mystery for that long because of the way that they hid everything. But like with any mystery in a game that, especially mysteries in a game of when it's a extremely popular game like a GTA game, that the amount of theorizing that comes up gets off the rails really fast. Like when I look at the Mount Chiliad mystery subreddit, which has been around since the very beginning, like I was one of the first members there. And for a while, my screenshot was used as the banner image on the subreddit. But when I look at it now, I'm just like, how are people still coming up with these theories? There's like this whole theory about the karma system, where they think there's an invisible system in the entire game where every single decision that you make, whether it's like you could be jaywalking, crossing against the traffic light rules, or if you ever bump into anyone, if you ever do any, like they think that there's this invisible system that's keeping track of every little thing you do. So people try to do good karma runs of the game where they'll play the entire game never even just bumping into anyone, and they think that it's legitimately going to lead to unlocking some kind of mystery. And it's just like, I don't know. I mean, if people are having fun, sure, but sometimes it reaches a point where people are so absolutely dead set on their most bizarre theories that have no evidence, no proof of any of this being true, and they're just like, no, it's got to be true, and they get into really heated arguments about like, no, this means this and blah blah blah, and it gets territorial, and people are like, I discovered this. It's like, why do you guys have to always ruin things? Why do we always have to get so like angry? And it's like, if you're gonna investigate a mystery, you gotta have some level of cohesive of like, okay, my theory is this, and I'm going to research this theory by trying to do this and be like, no, this didn't work. No, none of these things are working. Therefore, I'm going to say my theory isn't very strong. But instead, people will just pull some wild-ass theory, and then they take it very personally, and people don't like their theory, and then they argue about it. And then, like when I'm looking up these things online, these theories, I'm like, is there any proof of any of this? And I look around and like, oh, there's no proof of any of the things that anyone is saying right now. It's just gotten so off the walls that we're all just like not even talking about GTA anymore, like discussing how the ancient Egyptians theorized about mathematical formulas and how like the golden mean of this, and when the sun is at this angle at this time of day. I was just like, how did we get to this point? But it's just crazy. Yeah, Mew is under the truck. I mean, yeah, things don't change. Capsule. Yeah, like playground theories about Pokemon. Like, yeah, this kind of stuff has been around forever. But, just GTA games tend to unleash some of the most off-the-wall, crazy theories. So what I'm trying to say is I want to be there at ground level when all this starts, because the best moments for me in a game's history is when no one knows anything and we're all a clean slate and we're here at the ground level building up from the beginning. But that involves me having to figure out how to get a hold of a PS5, because all the BS been going on with all that lately is just gonna I'm just gonna have to go on Craigslist and spend thousands of dollars on boxes that have blocks of clay in them to make it feel like it's a PS5 inside, or whatever happens. Yeah, there is no wiki yet. It's like peak mystery hunting. Which Book of Travels, rest in peace, Book of Travels, the one game where I helped make the wiki. I made all of the code in the original wiki of Book of Travels, and now it's being shut down. It was never finished. The company had turmoil behind the scenes. They couldn't afford this and that, and that was a game I was waiting to stream. I was going to do like a 12-hour stream so I could stream the daytime and the nighttime all at once, but now the game is just canceled basically. But they are making it accessible without the online integration. Originally you could only play online, but they're being devs that care about their player base, and they're like, okay, we're sending out one last patch to make the game playable offline so you can keep playing in the current state without our servers anymore. Like, oh my god, there's one dev in the world that's willing to do this? Amazing. Anyway, an ad is going to play in 50 seconds, and I promise I'm going to resume the game after the ad. But you like GTA 5 more just because of Los Angeles and the desert. I thought Los Angeles was a fun setting because, yeah, it's a variety of places. You got the big city and you have the deserts and all the surrounding areas and things like that. That was fun. I mean, I'm sure Rockstar will make Florida fun. $1,000 box, yeah. Okay, yeah, so forced ad is gonna play 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry for ads. All right. Now there is this video game that I'm playing right now. Managed to get out of the water. I had to find a door that was covered in chains. I've always loved the color contrast. We have these complementary colors of the blue of winter with the orangish incandescent light coming out of a window in a distance, or the lamps and such things. A lovely contrast. And we got... Keep becoming capsule form. It encapsulates me. I always love the sort of camera angle of looking sharply upwards at a really tall building and then seeing the snow or the rain falling directly down on top of you. Even though in this case it looks like the snow doesn't even actually appear until it's like a few feet above you. Yeah, it's that the colors of feeling warm inside, cold outside. And I just noticed that she is wearing a scarf now. Was she wearing a scarf this whole time? Or is that a bow? I don't know what it is. The angle, it makes you dizzy. What's really interesting with, yeah, the color temperature, I guess it's called, of light bulbs these days is that, because almost everything is LED now, that I recently bought a light bulb that has built-in color changing onto the bulb itself, which this is not a new thing. I mean, a lot of bulbs have done this, but what's interesting to me is that it looks like a normal incandescent bulb. It's like it's glass. It looks exactly like an incandescent one, except you just twist a little thing by the metal part of the bulb and it just snaps into different colors, and it's different amounts of, like, kind of from bluish to orangish, and it just goes between those two. So it's not like an RGB gamer, you know, Bluetooth integrated light bulb or anything like that. It's just a very basic kind of calling back to the original incandescent bulb of, like, the, you know, the 70s, 80s, 90s. Except it just has a little thing you twist and it just snaps it into more of an orange, yellow, more of a bluish color, and that's it. It's like they've kind of made it an elegant thing now. They've gone past, like, the gaudiness of having, like, oh, gotta integrate with, like, a remote control and use our smart light bulb app and all these things. Yeah, doing away with the Internet of Things. We're finally getting rid of that. It's like, hey, my refrigerator connects to the internet for no reason. Getting mixed signals here. The door is first red, which red usually tells me no, and then it's prompting me to use it, which I can't do. The character makes a noise, refusing to enter, then it turns green, and I still can't enter. And in the time that I lived in a big city, I always loved observing the patterns of the streetlights, how some of them would automatically turn on at different times than others. So I was always trying to figure out, like, what is it that determines if it's going to turn on? Is it a light sensor, or is it on a timer? So when I got to catch a light turning on for the night, I'd look at the time, and it would just be some random, like 6:32 is when it turns on. Which either the person who programmed it just did not care, and was just like, whatever. Did not want to make it an even hour. She's also shaking her head no. It's probably a light sensor. But every once in a while you'd run across what an X and I used to call a haunted streetlight. Or there's like certain types of bulbs. I don't think LEDs really do this, but it's like the xenon ones would have this problem where they would sometimes just, when they're getting close to burning out, they would start behaving really unpredictably, and they would just start like flickering really fast, and then they go back to being bright again, and then they dim and then get bright and then dim and then bright. It would just act in an almost organic way. Like I couldn't predict the patterns of it. And we'd like to pretend that these lampposts are, it's like when a ghost passes through the lamppost, this is when it behaves this way. Or like, oh, this must be haunted. Or this is like when a spirit passes through, it interferes with the electronics of it. Not seriously, but I like entertaining such concepts because I want the world, I want ghosts to exist. I want all of these paranormal things to exist. I want aliens to be real. I was never afraid of aliens growing up. That was kind of a revelation to me. People like Vinny and Joel are like, had traumatic childhood experiences, so they're so afraid of aliens. Like, aliens were never a scary thing to me. I just got more disappointed when I realized that they weren't real. Like, I used to collect alien plushies and all kinds of stuff like that, like, you know, the green aliens. I just didn't ever know that these were things that people are afraid of. I mean, I didn't watch horror movies or much sci-fi growing up outside of Star Wars, but it was just surprising to me that people were so afraid of aliens. Your grandma hoarded incandescent bulbs and you have hundreds of them. Wow. I bet there's people out there who just hate LED lights so much that they're willing to pay a lot of money to make sure that they only ever keep using incandescent bulbs. Well, I can't seem to go anywhere. Also confusing is that this button prompt, so I'm using the keyboard right now. It's a square with F in it, which tells me that that should be a keyboard key, but when I go to the controller, it's telling me A as in the controller button, but it's in a square. And guess what? There's no square buttons on this controller. What are these conventions? Have you seen the International Space Station photos of what cities are like from the 2000s and now? Yes. Like, you can, from space, you can see how humanity's technology is changing as more LEDs replace incandescent bulbs. That is really interesting. It's still amazing to me that cities can be seen from space. Like when a satellite passes over Earth in the shade, or in the night, that you can see where cities are because of just the amount of light pollution. You think Joel might have been abducted or something? And that's like kind of we're talking about with like thalassophobia and fear of deep ocean and all that. It's like I feel like a fear of aliens is a lot more goes into it than just, oh, I see the one stereotypical depiction of a gray alien with big eyes and that's what I'm afraid of. Like I think there's a lot more emotions surrounding that kind of fear. I think it's just, you know, a loss of body autonomy. Aliens have associations with abduction and, oh, it's another one of these doors. And catching people when they're off alone somewhere and using technology to quickly kidnap you or whatever things that aliens are stereotypically depicted as doing. That's why I don't think when people are like afraid of aliens that it's just because they see an outline of a gray alien, they're like, ah, aliens. I think it's just like all the situations that they can often lead to is the scary part. And I remember this being a thing where there's an actual point in film history when you can see where the inception of the gray alien came from. Like, our perception of the world is so heavily influenced by fiction that we've gotten to a point where people just don't realize when their fears and the way that they perceive things is a result of exposure to like movies and video games. Some people, they see lights behaving in a way that they don't understand, and the human brain hates not knowing things. So your brain is like, okay, what are some things that I remember? There was a movie, blah, 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 blah. And people don't realize a lot of times that their take on a situation is being derived from a fictional portrayal of aliens. They're like, okay, lights are behaving weird, must be aliens. It's like the first thing is like, oh, it's behaving strangely, aliens. And it's like humans created that depiction of alien, the gray alien with the big eyes and all such things. So now when you see things you don't understand, this human created thing is now influencing your perception of the real world. Interesting. That's why, like, if we ever had a actual apocalyptic situation, I think humanity would be so doomed because everyone would think that the world works in the form of a narrative. People expect there to be good guys versus the bad guys. They expect there to be heroes, and like works of fiction are just so heavily influence all of our understanding of the world that we expect things to work like a sculpted narrative, a structured narrative. And I feel like that can work to the detriment of how people handle situations, because they expect it to be like a movie. This is also reminding me of, what is it? Soup rooms. This formula of box that you fill with some interesting things, and there's an exit somewhere, and there's some music, and there's just kind of a immediate tone that you strike with it, and you get your entire fill of the room within the first few seconds. Just like, hey everyone, here is a mood that I'm trying to depict. Enjoy it, and then move on to the next one. I like that. Shark movies have ruined the water for you. Yeah. Yeah, think about how many of people's perceptions of the world is derived from things they see in movies, and have gotten to the point of forgetting that it's entirely based not on real life experiences but from movies. Street lamp systems are kind of a rabbit hole. There's dusk sensors, electromechanical timers with power line communication. They've added delays to shape the AC wavelengths to get them to switch on and off. I imagine they probably do some kind of stuff where they stagger the time that things turn off, just so that there isn't like a big surge of 5,000 streetlights all turning on at the same time or something. Street lamps are occult ball lightning traps. Interesting. That's right, yeah, inner evil. It's like when the really early years of humanity trying to understand the world. Yeah, miasma. Before they understood microorganisms and all of that, there's a bad miasma. It's just infected air. These people who claim to have been abducted describe small beings with large eyes and heads who have no predisposition to such pop culture depiction of a gray. But it's like, in modern times, there's people who are that disconnected from reality. I mean, I think the image of a gray alien is probably derived from some sort of hallucination that happens. People's brains are being like chemically influenced by something, or some kind of, I don't know, trauma or whatever. We might start seeing a human, like a human shape, be distorted in such a way. But I just think that film and all of that have so heavily influenced and have I guess reinforced that perception that if people who do have exposure to such things or experience such things, their memories of seeing it elsewhere are now influencing it. I mean, it's really hard for anyone these days to not have any kind of influence by media. Like, unless you're just literally in a tribe, an isolated tribe in the middle of nowhere that has no connection to the internet or film or any of modern society. Like, it's like really rare for someone to have no exposure. I mean, obviously I'm here with the internet, and I've seen more than some people will see in their entire lives, just in terms of information and all that. But it's just like, I think even the most primitive, relatively primitive places, people still have phones, or even have some kind of way of getting a hold of the internet. Like, internet's just that widespread with like Starlink and all of that. Even countries that don't have their own infrastructure for the internet can access it somehow. Like, really hard to exist without having any exposure to the greater world culture. I love this sort of like forced perspective, whatever it's called. Like, if you just stand still and you don't have parallax influence anything, that looks really far away, then you start moving, it's like, it's an illusion. That rainbow is struggling to exist as a sprite. Even though people these days call this behavior billboard. Remember, we just always called them sprites. Anytime it's like a 2D graphic that's always facing the camera. Yeah, where's the pot of gold? You wonder if there's some sort of something that causes hallucinations to become similar. Like, people see a hatted man. Well, it's like, I think that if you've ever had any kind of influence, or if you've just had any exposure to similar media, and then you have this experience that you've never had before, that your brain will try to recall all things that you've seen before to try to explain this thing that you're not understanding. So it's like, what's the, not bias confirmation, but like human brains are so suggestible that I think once you hear of the fact that, oh, if you take too much of a certain medicine, that you'll start seeing a certain figure. Once that concept is put into your mind, and then you happen to have that experience, like, oh, I just had that same experience, it's crazy. Or they might not even remember that they were exposed to that line of thinking, and they just recall it as if it's their own memory. Like, what happens a lot in witness accounts of crimes and things is people will invent memories that they didn't have at the time. It's just over time, as you become exposed to more, your brain thinks more about the situation, you start making up new things and like adding new people to the scene of the crime that weren't even there and you didn't even see or have any evidence of to begin with, but now you're completely convinced that there was a second person there even though there never was. I just think like people just underestimate the brain's ability to just make up a reason, because the human brain hates not knowing so much that it will go to great lengths to justify and support and make you feel like you understand even though you don't really. Brain just loves patterns, and it loves recalling things and bringing things back that you might not be aware is being brought back to you. And people just lie sometimes. They might be completely convinced of something, but sometimes they just, well, sometimes people will just lie because they just want attention or whatever. But if there's people who aren't lying, they can be so convinced by something because their brain is just working in ways that they don't understand or don't realize is recalling past memories, that it feels real to them, but it doesn't mean it's true just because they legitimately aren't lying. Strawberry house. Yes. Real Windows gaming. Interesting conversation to wake up to at 4 a.m. That's what I do here. Yeah, I think fear of shadows in the night is just an innate human fear. And the human brain is so wired to see faces and see humans, human-like shapes in non-human things, that characteristic or that quality of the human brain like seeps its way into everything. So I just think like all of these fears and people having unexplainable experiences and being afraid of shadows and all such things, it's just like the brain so badly wants to see human shapes in things that it thinks are alive. Like we attribute, I can't think of the right word, but like we look at animals and we project our human expectations onto animals and thinking like, oh look, the dog is smiling because it's like showing its teeth, whereas like dogs don't smile. We've just sort of anthropomorphized, whatever the word is, that when they're like showing teeth and has sort of a grin-like face, that must mean they're smiling. And also we've like domesticated animals over the years, and we've allowed ones to breed that show more human-like qualities too. So we've sort of sculpted dogs and cats to be more human-like because that's more appealing to humans. So like those traits pass on more. I think that's why like we've gone to such greater lengths to domesticate dogs and cats versus like centipedes, because we can't really relate to centipedes. So therefore like, ew, discard. This doesn't look like a human face. Get rid of it. Don't like it. Anthropomorphize. I got confused personify and anthropomorphize. I think personify can just mean giving a human, giving a personality to something that is not living. And I think anthropomorphize is specifically to apply human traits to a non-human thing. I get the terms confused all the time. Right, a lot of people think cats are mean all the time because they don't, like, smile like dogs do. I think we're all constantly victims of this kind of natural human behavior. Like, we expect living things to behave like humans, even if we obviously know that it's not human. We still expect it to behave human-like. Especially when it comes to, like, nurturing kinds of things, the more childlike an animal behaves, the more likely this animal is to survive in evolution, because humans will want to nurture a thing that behaves more like a human child. Like, if puppies and kittens didn't have similar proportions to human babies with, like, big eyes and all those things, like, they would not have made it this far into the, like, domestication line. Like, dogs and cats, like, well, I guess this is debatable. We're lucky that humans were so able to relate to baby animals and dogs that we decided to, like, spend many millennia domesticating them. And now domesticated the survival instincts out of so many of them that they're breeding uncontrollably and are complete, like, there's far more dogs and cats that do not have homes than do, and it's like a huge problem in some countries where they're treated like vermin in the streets, so they're just like breeding wildly and they can't survive on their own, a lot of them, and they end up spreading diseases. It's like it's a tragedy. It's great that humans have shown the ability to empathize, if that's the right word, to nurture non-human things, and I think it's wonderful that humans do that, but then now, because of the grand scale of everything that's going on, it's like become this huge problem in the world that all these domesticated animals that don't have homes are now out there just suffering, and there's nothing that we can do about it because it's just out of control. I know it's a downer of a topic, but it's like stuff I think about. I mean, yeah, humans are also facing this problem too. That's just part of, the sadness that is just, existence on Earth, is knowing that there's far more problems in this world than there are solutions, and some problems have no solution. Because there's just so... I think this phrase is the explanation for a huge amount of problems in the world, is there's just so many people. Billions of people. And it's just like, so many things can never be made better or solved. You can only just live your own life and affect who you can realistically affect, and you have to not let the greater suffering of animal and humankind on Earth get to you too much. Otherwise, you'll just be perpetually depressed all the time. So sometimes you gotta not think about the suffering in the world in order to just enjoy the life that you were given against your will. Sorry, downer, but experience 2004, the school children in Zimbabwe had are interesting to me. That's the one where, like, all the school children they all claim to have the same paranormal encounter. Like, they're interviewed separately and they all had, like, similar accounts or something like that. There was a video kind of debunking that, where it's not like a debunk as if like, oh, it's all fake or anything. It's just more human psychology where it's like when certain ideas spread around, it becomes the truth for some people because they're put in this is probably not exactly what was being said, where it's like when everyone experiences an intense situation, maybe it's not traumatic, but maybe in a really emotionally demanding situation that your brain is like, I need to come up with an explanation for this, I need to, and humans are so suggestible, especially children, that if they hear one account from another child, then it's like, oh, that's my story too, that's my story too, and like everything just like spreads around and it becomes like a mass hallucination kind of thing. Like mass hallucinations have been a part of human culture since the beginning of time, where it's brains are just that suggestible that if they're given the idea that this crazy thing might be the reason why they're experiencing this, like, oh, that must be it, and then that becomes the truth for them. Like they genuinely believe that is the truth, and they've forgotten that that wasn't the case for them. Their brain is like completely convinced them that this is the truth. I mean, I don't know 100% that that's the case, but it's just like humans are herd animals, and we tend to believe one another for the sake of the herd and the collective understanding and feeling commonality. Like humans will go to such extremes to feel like they fit in, because everyone just wants to fit in. Like you'll sacrifice your core personality just to fit in. But this soundtrack sounds really familiar. Like a Boards of Canada song, this reminds me. And I know the way that I'm phrasing everything is kind of an unempathetic way to look at a lot of it. But it's like people's tendencies to want to empathize with other humans also clouds your ability to think rationally, which has been the struggle of humanity for a really long time, is fighting what feels right versus what is objectively proven to be true. It's like people will much more likely want to believe something that feels right more than something that can be proven to be otherwise. Like people will pay to feel something, even if they deep down know that it's not true. Like we see movies aren't real, but we'll pay to be able to suspend our mind, suspend our disbelief for a little bit, just so we can experience the emotions that are being recreated in this film. It's a step away from reality. Oh, is that a megaphone? Oh, I don't think I can reach it. Yeah, I haven't used the Howl gameplay. I'm just looking back at what you said, inner evil. Yeah, just like pattern recognition. Like the human brain is just completely the result of pattern recognition. Like I think you could just break down... I know this is crazy claims, but I think you can break down the entire human brain and how it works just based on pattern recognition. All it takes is, I saw this thing and I'm recognizing that I previously also saw this thing. I'm going to write this down. I'm going to remember this. And that's like since birth, all you're doing is just recognizing patterns like, this helped me feel less hungry when I did this and this. This is a good memory, It felt good when I did this and I went and did it a second time and it also felt good. I'm going to write this memory down. It's just like everything's about recognizing repetition and patterns and responding to your sensory organs and how they see things. And when they see patterns in things, it becomes a memory. And memories are just a collection of patterns. Yeah, I haven't been able to use the Howl gameplay yet. I'm gonna be American and go down the right side of the street. Why, these are very much... Oh, it was incorrect. I died. What's interesting is that when I died just then, it flashed a like Windows application warning. So not only did my character experience pain, maybe because it flashed red, but Windows sensed a disturbance and it flashed the icon on the taskbar too. That's why science has confirmation bias issues. I mean, we all go through life, whether we want to believe it or not, go through life seeking confirmation bias, because it's just like, I don't blame people for doing this, and I absolutely do it too. It's like, it's really hard to change your mind about something. Like, once you've established that I'm comfortable believing something to be this, it's really uncomfortable to change that. So instead, I'm going to look for other people who also believe this and feel good about myself when they too express that they also believe this. And I'll just do that the rest of my life. Even if there's like opposing views and there might be like a different way of thinking about it that has a lot of support, I'm going to choose to not believe those other things because it's uncomfortable to change the way that I think. And I don't want discomfort in life, I want comfort. So I'm not supposed to go towards the hot air balloon. Wait, I'll try it one more time. Wait, what? Oh. And I know, yeah, that kind of inevitably... Wait, did her head get cut off? Or is that just a weird graphical thing? That was like shockingly violent for what we're looking at. Also, I really like how the landscape fades into the horizon like that. I always really like when people use fog and such things to give a convincing vanishing into the horizon. We don't see you don't see the edge of the world. And Annie Austin did a video about this, about how Zelda games depict the edge of the world. You all should check out that video. Annie Austin, my fellow Minnesotan. When I first watched his videos, I was like, I recognize this sense of humor. And it turns out that he's also grew up in like the same city as me practically. And I'm like, he has a Minnesotan, really dry sense of humor. But anyway, that was a good video talking about like the outer limits of Zelda games. But yeah, with all this like pattern recognition talk, I think that just inevitably is about inevitably leads to talking about AI. Don't really want to, but I think it's just, I mean, humans create systems that work in similar ways to how our own brains work, because that way of thinking comes instinctively with us. So let's build computers that think in similar ways. And it's like, I bet you could create a completely artificial human if you raised it as a child its entire life, if it somehow had the capacity to create memories from sensory, from eyes, sight and sound, and all the ways that like humans receive data, and then the brain processes this and determines what is and isn't important and creates memories out of like this whole way of thinking. If you could make a machine that does that, and you raised this machine from birth just like a human, I bet sometime in the future you could just make an artificial intelligence that is indiscernible from human. Because like right now we're like, aha, look at this stupid thing. It can't even walk and avoid this chair in the room. It's like, well, if you allowed it to spend an entire childhood of time collecting data on how to navigate around chairs and stuff just like you did, it probably could be just as good at doing that as you do. Or people are like, emotions are something that can never, like an AI can never, it can never feel happiness, it can never feel sadness. I'm like, well, if something spends its entire life experiencing different emotions and knowing that, okay, sadness is the result of this and this, and happiness is felt when this and this, and then I watch media where there's depictions of this emotion and this and it's just making all these memories and just tons and tons and tons of memories of this, I think you could very well just artificially recreate emotions. I think right now why it becomes so uncanny with AI and stuff is people, because someone just made this, like last year. You can't expect something to have like a nuanced, in-depth understanding of emotion when it's something that was just made right then and there, and it always comes off as stilted and like, this computer doesn't understand happiness and all such things. It's like, just allow it to live the life that a human lives and all the time it took to come up with these memories, and I think it could. And it's just that computers can like potentially operate at a much higher, like it could probably exceed human abilities to make memories and calculate and all such things. So maybe it will become too human. And I'm sure there's like a Star Trek episode or something that did this exactly thing. And I'm trying to like demean the human experience and be like, oh, humans are, we can easily replace humans. Like, I don't want this to happen. I'm just saying that I think it's not that far-fetched of an idea that we could come up with a machine that understands emotion. Because it's like computers and humans work in surprisingly similar ways of just pattern recognition and analysis of input from sensory organs. It's just a matter of the amount of computations that it can do at one time and how it can recall those things in naturalistic ways. It's probably just a matter of time. Ooh, this is getting kind of close to the dream I was talking about. Oh, except for this. Except for Spaghetti Monster. But, because in the dream that I have over and over and over again, is it's usually so dark out where everything that isn't the sky is black, and the sky is just ever so subtly blue where I can barely see it. And I'm like looking through the forested, forest, and I can only just see a few hints of the glowing sky ahead of me. So I'm trying to navigate entirely by the sky because I can't see the ground. I can't see where my own feet are, and I'm just constantly tripping over things and falling and running into things. And I'm just looking at like the barely lit sky, like right as the sun goes down. Except it's not in a cornfield though. I'm like out in a wooded area. But believe it or not, as a Minnesotan, I haven't spent much time in cornfields, driven by them. I've only ever been in a cornfield maybe like 3-4 times in my life. But people don't realize that corn is dangerous. Like the leaves on corn are so sharp that they're like razor blades. Like you can get sliced up trying to walk through corn. You want to try to nurture a budding AI so that it doesn't grow up to be a jerk. Yeah. Asimo likes chewing on corn husks. I know a lot of animals just like naturally like to chew on stuff just for the texture. Like there's a lot of things that I want to just chew on because it would just feel good to chew, but then I'm like, it probably isn't good for me to be chewing on this. Ooh. Normal tree, this is called. For example, this is such a specific memory that in elementary school we had these like rubber pencil grip things that we'd put on like a number 2 pencil to grip it better, I guess, so it doesn't hurt your fingers. but the material that that grip thing was made out of looked so tasty that I did finally just bite into it once. I'm like, okay, I just need to try this, and I bit into it, and I was like, all right. Just that like animalistic urge to just want to bite things that look like they should be good, even though your brain is telling you not to do it. This reminds me of Dream Emulator. The footstep sounds. In Genshin, they have there's the edge of a continent, Teyvat, that's seen as the end of the world, and is explained as the endless sea, where everything past the continent is just endless ocean until it wraps back around again. I wonder if there's any point on Earth where if you were to travel straight and never turn or anything, if you could be entirely in ocean all the way around. Like, I wonder if there's somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean where you could aim somewhere north towards Canada, no, Pacific Ocean, somewhere towards Canada, and just go right through a bunch of islands, go all the way around the North Pole, and then come out on the other end. Oh, but then there's like Russia, which Russia is just like a giant blockade from the North Pole, preventing you from getting to the equator. I just wonder if there's just a single line that you could orbit all of Earth and reconnect back in the same spot without ever touching land. You do that pretty easy in the southern hemisphere. Oh, I didn't think about... Yeah, I mean, like... Yeah, if you're just going parallel to the equator, I'm sure, yeah, like Antarctica. Like, you could just circle Antarctica, and I guess that you technically have gone around the world. I'm thinking about, like, longitudinally going from north to south? Like chewing on ice a lot, but not fresh ice. It's something with the temperature, it's like compresses instead of shatters. I bought a thing a long time ago called an ice shaver. It was a thing where you put a big puck of ice into a thing, and then there's a sharp razor blade on the bottom, and then you take the spring-loaded thing on top that presses it down against this razor, and then you pull the crank, and it shaves ice to be a really snow-like texture, and like biting into this is so satisfying. And it's not like the filthy outdoor snow, like this is just tap water that's frozen, but you get the similar texture. So for a while I was just chewing on shaved ice. This reminds me of the Tanabata festival that I'm only aware of because of VR chat. But they hang all kinds of colorful wishes for the future on trees, and it looks a lot like this. Little like pieces of paper. Can't tell if when it flickers into wireframe like that, if that is intentional or not. Yeah, this just looks like when you import a tree model and alpha masking doesn't work. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be glitchy. This might not be a real reflection. I think it's just duplicated. It's effective, except I don't see my own reflection. Oh! Okay, that was definitely intentional. Uh-oh, that was a mistake. A floating head in the void like Zordon. Is that, Zordon? Is that, Power Rangers? I didn't realize. Oh. Ah, I had to run away. I'm getting capsule scared. Jump capsule? Ooh. I feel like there should be a visual indicator of when I cannot go through a door, rather than just trial and error. And I still can't use my joystick anymore. It just decided that joystick just stopped working partway through. I'm using the D-pad. Okay. Ambient sound has been really nice throughout this. Yeah, there are some weird technical issues. When did we enter Silent Hill? We never left. Oh, I wonder... Oh. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say now it's working, but it's because I had to change I had to press the mode button on the controller. It's so rare that I use a gamepad in a game that I don't know how to use these things. Time to die. Why that door? Ooh. Oh. I have to snooze and add. I'm sitting in the most awkward position. You keep bumping the microphone. Hmm? Interesting how it's using like really low res textures where they're just sort of blurs like this. I think it gives the game its aesthetic, things just being blurry. Like I've been trying to find little like exercises to try to get me into 3D modeling again, because I need to. And one that I came across on a website that sounds kind of fun is to use that Pokemon Fusion website that was really popular for a while, where you would just randomly, you click a button and it just picks two random Pokemon and then it like attempts to merge them together, and some of them are surprisingly interesting looking. So click through a bunch of those until I see one that I like, and then just make a simple low poly, just flat shaded version of that model, so that way you're not just remaking a Pokemon that I'm sure there's like 100 models done of before. You're making a unique thing that probably has never been made before, and there's enough of an established art direction that you're not trying to invent a whole style. It's just more of like a creative exercise to take some low-res pixel art of a Pokemon and to depict it in 3D. It's a relatively simple thing to do, so I have a collection of like 6 different fused Pokemon that don't actually exist, and I'm just gonna make little 3D models of them, low poly ones, because it's like most of my 3D experience is in very high poly subdivision surface kinds of stuff, and it's very rare that I ever make anything in low poly, so this would be a good time for me to step out of my comfort zone. That Poke Fusion got sniped by Nintendo. Well, I googled it and there's a few websites. Maybe they're just like illegal re-uploads of them or something. An interesting concept. A tree growing out of a pile of dirt in the middle of a parking lot. Gonna have a forced ad in a minute and a half. It's just a random air conditioning unit in the middle of parking garage. Garage. So I'm very thankful that they integrated the ability to run, because as much as I enjoy taking my time and walking slowly through games, I don't know if you could tell, it's always good to be given the option to run if you want to. Because if people want to walk, they will, but not everyone wants to just be forced to take in the surroundings at a slow pace. Oh. And then you just violently die. 30 seconds. You know what, I'll just do it right now. Alright. 3 minutes of ads again. Sorry. How does time gone that fast? Have I already been streaming for 3 hours? My god. Alright. Again, I'm restreaming on YouTube. All I do is just play music when the ads are going, but sorry, here's ads. Wait a minute, this isn't snow? This song used to get stuck in my head all the time. This is from Earthbound. This song's called Snowman. No, I should play this next song at the end of the stream, but usually everyone's asleep by the end of the stream. But this song is so nostalgic to me, this one. If anyone in chat knows what this song is from, You the Realist One or something? I don't know. Yes, it is SimCity on the SNES. That was my first SimCity. Also, hello Dark Hole. This is the music that plays when you tell the game that you want to exit. And there used to be a time when there were games that you could just set to put in like ending mode? I don't know what you call it. I think it had something to do with when cartridges were writing data that they wanted to be able to safely put the game in a shutdown mode. So you'd go in the SimCity and you would say like save and exit, and then it would say it is now safe to shut off the system, and then this music would play and it would show a really amazing pixel art of like a cityscape with some lights on, just a couple lights as if it's, you know, late hours and most of the lights are off and the sun is down. I don't know, it's just a really nostalgic thing. It was back like when I wanted to listen to music, because I didn't really just sit and listen to music as a kid. I didn't have like a Discman and listen to whatever bands are popular. I just listened to music in video games like a nerd. Like Final Fantasy VI on the SNES and SimCity, I would just leave the games running in the room and would just sit and listen to music this way. And this is one song that I would do this for. Oh yeah, like older computers and stuff used to say, it is now safe to shut down the computer, and then you would go and push like the hardware button to shut it off. It wouldn't just shut themselves off. Music's kind of fitting to what the game looks like right now. Oh yeah, how about this one? One of the best soundtracks in video games, I think. The Sims 1. Yes. I want to stream Sims 1 at some point. 'Cause that was back in a time when The Sims wanted more to be a game than it wanted to be a simulator. Or it was more of a game than a sandbox. Or it was hard to live. And that's what I thought was so funny about playing it, is just the struggle just to make it through the next day, which kind of symbolically had like a feeling of like a bit too real of a feeling. In fact, I made a whole clip compilation. Like the only clip video I've ever made was when Jerma played The Sims 1, and he had so many just like depressingly relatable moments in The Sims 1 that I compiled them all into one video. I was like, this is too real. But that's what I like about the first Sims game, is it's just so hard to just make it into the next day, just like real life. This song is usually what more people remember. And it was just so cool with the soundtrack on the first Sims, is that it would... so this is the build mode music. So everything's simple. It's kept a solo piano. And I learned that a lot of this was improvised, this soundtrack. So just as like the basics, we're just laying the groundwork. Things are simple. It's a grassy field. We're just putting walls up. And it's not until you get into build mode is when everything starts kicking in and becoming compositionally complex. So this song is an emotional journey. I won't play the whole thing because it's 7 minutes long, but I know this one in particular was really improvised. And there was specifically like an interview with the composer that talked about this one. But here, I'll skip around. I mean, when I skip around, it automatically crossfades, so it might sound like it's part of the song, but I'm skipping around. This is the one that starts out simple, and then it starts getting crazy. And there was someone in the comments on the upload of this song that really made me think. It was like, this song depicts your entire experience of playing The Sims. And this is like when things are starting to go wrong. And then it starts getting aggressive and like unpleasant. And then like people are dying, the house is burning down, people are trapped in the pool, and then it hits this point. Then this point is when you've had enough, and then come on. And this is you coming to terms with that you just need to start over again. Go back to the basics. Wait, where is it? I don't know, it was something like that. I just thought it's such a long, emotional song, because this is the background music of the game. Like, you'd be sitting listening to this while just trying to play the game. And I remember when I heard it for the first time, I was just like sitting back in my chair. I'm like, what am I listening to? Because keep in mind, this was like 2001. Like, I didn't have unlimited access to every song ever made at my fingertips, you know? Oh. Greetings, raiders from Videobum. Listening to Sims music after a BRB. You all, if you haven't already... Oops. You all should follow Videobum. Often plays a lot of variety games and such. You would definitely like what he has to stream. Usually watching Bigfoot collab bands, where a guy has collabed with aliens and Bigfoot at the same time. It's a legendary band. Anyway, yeah, thank you for the raid, Jeff. I saw what was it? You were streaming. I have a thing set up on my Discord where it automatically just like notifies people when a lot of streamers that I like start streaming. 250 dogs ago and 4 hamburgers. And I've still been thinking about that, trying to understand the hidden meaning behind it. So anyway, I've been playing this. This game is Nophenia. It's a very Yume Nikki inspired game. And most of what's been happening is me having discussions with chat about all kinds of things. Lady Immortal, thank you for the follow. I think I'm getting towards the end of this, but this has just been kind of a wander around game, which is honestly some of my favorite types of games. Yeah, we had some casual existential discussion. Like an hour ago. And it wouldn't be a Yume Nikki-like game without spending some time on the roof of a parking garage. Exactly what Hexagon says, talk about anti-aliasing, snakes, shadow men, anthropomorphize animals, and street lamps. Ooh. Nice sort of reflections going on. Not sure what's happening. Yes. And it's still one of my favorite silhouettes are giant power line structures in the distance. I think radio towers up on a hill and the red glow of them at night probably I like more, but giant electrical like power line things are a pretty close second. So I used to go to school, university in Duluth, Minnesota, which has a place called like Radio Hill, which is just a massive, like highest point in the city that is covered in radio towers. And for a while I lived in an apartment that overlooked that hill. I mean, I'd have to go out onto like the front door deck area to see it. It's always just so relaxing to me to just like look at like the red like pulsating glow, and some of the radio towers have like a streak where like they glow, like they would just sort of like pulsate vertically, and it was just a really pleasing thing to see. So hello potates, or potatest. Potatist. Welcome to the chat. Duluth mentioned, yes. Wait, there's a second Jeff in chat. Is this legal? Yeah, Duluth has a lighthouse in Canal Park, which Duluth is most famous for its lift bridge. It's this giant bridge that lifts so that boats can go underneath it. But one of the sides of this lift bridge is a lighthouse. But if you go even further north, all the way to a place called... Oh my god, I'm a fake Minnesotan. I forgot the name of the city, but... Two Harbors? Where you can find Split Rock Lighthouse, which is the most iconic lighthouse in Minnesota, I think. It's the one that is on top of a giant wooden, like really scary mountain, I guess, cliffside. And I think they light it up only for certain occasions. I don't think it's actively used anymore. But we were talking about this in the Discord and how there's still to this day, there's still lighthouse keeper jobs. And by and large, lighthouses have become automated things that computers just run. I mean, people still have to, like, there's a job to fly helicopters around and be dropped off at lighthouses to go and maintain them. And there's a whole YouTube video that was like, we're hiring like 3 lighthouse maintenance people, and they did a whole video showing what the job is like and all of that. Oh, here we go. But by and large, most lighthouses are not actually occupied anymore. Like, you can't really get a job as a lighthouse keeper. And it's like a really romanticized thing, or it's like, ah, wouldn't it be a luxurious life to live as a lighthouse keeper? But it's not really a thing anymore. I think there was, in Western society, like in Europe and North America and stuff, I think there's like 3 occupied lighthouses left in the world. So it's not a very common thing anymore. It's sort of like, what is it called? Like park rangers or burn fire watch jobs aren't nearly as common as people think they are. Like, you can still get them as a job, but it's usually like you're doing 100 other things in addition to that. You're not just, living in a tower alone, looking at trees. It's like a more complex job than that. You could never find them there. You're talking about lighthouses? A lot of lighthouse keepers went missing. Makes you think. Digital Nurture, this is called. I was forgetting to read the names of these worlds. A little concerned that these CRTs are sitting in standing water. There was that really interesting YouTube video that was where it was this group's mission to rescue one of the last remaining like HD CRTs in the world. Like, there was a short run. Was it Sony? I can't remember what company it was that only made like 10 of these. And they found one that was in a random like 4th floor of like some like bar in Japan. And this was like an American company that wanted this TV to preserve it. But the thing is so extremely heavy. Like, CRTs are heavy, but this particular one was like an HD, like gigantic one that weighed like thousands of pounds or something. And they had to get like a specialized moving company with like a crane or something to get this thing removed from like a 4th floor of the building. And they couldn't take any elevators or anything because it like would exceed the weight capacity of the elevators. It was just a whole big involved process to rescue this really rare, like exotic CRT. And when they brought it back to America, they brought in one of the few remaining like maintenance, like CRT maintenance people that are still around. I mean, this is kind of like a whole sad thing in itself, where it's like a lot of the people who maintained this technology back in the day, they're all like in their 70s and older, and it's like literally going to be like the end of maintenance people for CRTs, because it's just not a thing anymore. Oh, I didn't even, the glare on my screen, I couldn't even see that this is a big heart. Oh, you're playing your RP right now? In around Solitude, looking for this lighthouse. And it's kind of rare that anyone actually goes to the lighthouse. Usually if we're visiting Silshay or such people, we would go to the lighthouse. And I think they're having a technical issue with the doors of the lighthouse that they're trying to get resolved. Funny thing, Red Maiden, is that Silshay was in chat during my last stream. It's weird to have like some of the Skyrim RP people converging in this chat room. What is this? You want to learn how to service CRTs? Yeah, there's a lot of technology that is a lost art. Like apparently, the line of work of maintaining tall ships, like historic wooden ships from like early or like 1700s or something era ships, that there's like a crisis in finding anyone in the younger generations that want to take the torch and pursue learning how to preserve these old ships. So there's just kind of a whole loss of people who want to preserve old things these days, because I think there's just so many other things that occupy your mind that people don't really pass down specialized trade skills like preserving antique ships and cars and stuff in the family anymore. So we're just going to kind of run out of people that know how to preserve these things. It's going to be a lost art. Yeah, it's kind of the sad thing with, I think, a lot of RP servers. I mean, I'm kind of noticing this in Skyrim RP too, is that just ever since the College of Winterhold opened up, tons of people are missing, because most people only have like a little bit of time that they want to spend doing RP stuff, and people want their magic. So lots of people that I used to spend a lot of time talking to now just live at the Winterhold College and don't do anything else other than just go to their classes. So I've just become out of contact with like half the people that I'd spend a lot of time talking with, and it's really sad. I mean, I don't blame them. It's like an exclusive thing, and they've set it up to be like, you have to be in class for this many times, and you have to RP, you know, this and this, and do this amount of things to get this, and people want that. So it's just kind of become this rare thing. But I'm wondering, like, how many people, after this is all said and done, how many people are going to actually use all the magic that they've spent all this time learning? I mean, if they had a good experience getting the spells, I think that's all that really matters. But some people, I think, are seeing it more as a practical thing. They're like, I want destruction magic, and then it's just like question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. Like, then what are you going to do with it? It's a little cringe, my lord. I suppose. I don't know. I mean, it's like a complete... The whole Skyrim RP world is just a such a brand new thing to most of us. No one really knows a good way to handle a lot of this, because people think of Skyrim and they'll often think about all the crazy magic that goes on. So I don't blame people for wanting, whoa, okay, I don't blame people for like, oh, I want to be a wizard, I want to do all this stuff, and then they go through all the obstacles to do all that, and then it's just sort of like, well, then where do you go from that point on to keep the RP interesting? Skyrim doesn't even have as much magic as Oblivion or Morrowind. True. Oh. This reminds me of one of the few moments where on stream I actually got a bit scared, and it was when I was playing Duck Season. We were doing Easter egg investigations into Duck Season, which that game has a lot of weird secrets in it. And there was a secret like clock area where it was like a giant cat. And it's like one thing I try to describe all the time, where it's like I don't think I have any phobias, but one specific situation that I didn't know was a fear of mine until VR presented it to me is fear of like standing next to something that is really, 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 really big, especially when it's a thing that could be alive and could be moving, like a human face. And in Duck Season, there was an Easter egg where you would like go into a clock, and then suddenly you're next to like a massive like Buddha statue that is, 10 stories tall. And when you're in VR and you have depth perception and a sense of presence and all that, it was like actually like gave me goosebumps, like just looking at it. Yeah, I suppose like a whale or something like that. And in my YouTube video where I talk about scary things from my childhood, I think one of the first times I had a run-in with this experience was mild spoilers for Ghostbusters 2, the movie. There's a point where they control the Statue of Liberty and walk around the city with it. And the way that it's portrayed is, in the movie, it's like, haha, wow, this is so cool and silly, and it's nighttime and the Statue of Liberty is walking down the city. And as a child, that was really scary to me. Mostly because the Statue of Liberty has just a vacant expression. It doesn't have like pupils or anything. It's just like this really demonic looking expressionless face that is taller than buildings, and the camera shot like is lit from the bottom, so the lights in the city are shining up on the face of the statue, and it was just so scary looking. In the stream we always stay on task. Here. I should just show you guys this because it's hard to describe. Whoa, it turns out I'm live right now on my YouTube channel. Here we go. I know you can't see this, but then I get jump scared by my own video. Because I opened it and this shows up. Because this is another terrifying thing for people that know what this is. All right, here we go. Ghostbusters 2, the movie, Statue of Liberty. Oh God, I hate it. Okay, I'm not going to complain about myself. Anyone who was a kid in the 90s has heard of Ghostbusters. The movies themselves had a lot of spooky moments of them involving ghosts and all that, But for me as a kid, I discovered a weird fear I didn't even know I had. It's kind of hard to explain. This one scene at the end of Ghostbusters 2, spoilers, by the way, where the team takes control of the Statue of Liberty and walks around town with it. It's supposed to be this cheerful moment of like, whoa, dude, with exciting music playing, everybody's cheering, but I thought it was horrifying. Something about the lifeless, vacant expression on the statue's face as it walks around town, and it has this harsh, dramatic lighting below it. There's just something about big human statues coming to life just makes me uncomfortable. There you go. Game Boy. Quick summary of the whole video is, let's see, the Atari. I'm old enough where the Atari was my first game console. I would leave the room. Just listen to the sound and the graphics of this final... The game over screen for this Atari game. This is a game about terrorism, by the way. And when you lose, America gets nuked by Russia, and this is what it looks like. Like 3-year-old me seeing this on the TV, this is before the internet and everything, I'm just like... Then I experienced corruptions in real life. Okay, not real life, in actual, you know, environment. Playing NES, not NES, NES, it's an acronym, okay? Where something happened with the cartridge because we were playing with Game Genie. I mean, maybe I should just let Past Mono explain this. Okay, first of all, the sprite art in Punch-Out is terrifying. I always hated this depiction of Mike Tyson, thought it just looks so creepy, like his eyes are so small and they have like these beady little like glint in his eyes. It's just always very unsettling, this sprite work. But just the character, just the characters in this game, like this was also terrifying. Doc. But all the characters, it's just... Okay, I'll just let myself explain this. Still laugh at how funny they all looked and sounded, but... that intense stare, this face, this special move... This was scary. And this laugh. I have a bit of bonus material on this game that added even more creepiness to my memories of it. My family owned the Game Genie for the NES, which is this thing you attach to the cartridge that allowed you to mess with the game's data. The intention was that it let... Oh my god, yes, Echo the Dolphin is also a terrifying game. Cheat, like you'd get unlimited lives or... I mean, that's more overtly trying to be scary. Still scary nonetheless, but like so many things that weren't really intended to be scary were scary to me as a kid. However, you could enter your own random codes to scramble the game in weird ways. This was my first exposure to what you all probably think of as corruptions nowadays, but this was like 1995. I remember this one night when my brother and a random friend of his were putting in codes at random. I obviously don't have footage of this since I was like 6 years old at the time, but I'll do my best to recreate what it was like. It is L E I X Z. Ghostbusters 2, the movie. I shat. Not really literally, but just like when that happened, just the game would freeze and it would keep repeating the last sound over and over again. And the sprite art and Punch Out was already just so like terrifying to begin with. It was just.
Liberty.
I talked about this one already, where like
take a look.
where Game Boy Camera had these like terrifying things that were meant to be a joke, but instead just comes off as really ominous, where it's like you keep hitting run over and over again. And then this shows up. Like, Nintendo, what are you doing? Like, who are you? Like, this phrase, who are you running from? Like, I think about this a lot now. And Final Fantasy VI.
Final Fantasy VI is easily my favorite in the series. Not only was it the...
You know what? I'm going to speed myself up because I'm talking too slow.
one that I spent the most time with as a kid, but in my opinion, it stood as a prime example of pixel art at its finest, releasing shortly before the 3D generation of PlayStation 1 and Nintendo 64, which would both release only a year or so after. The game featured a great deal of optional side adventures for better equipment, but also a few that would reveal more about the backstories of the characters.
I love
One
FF6.
infamous example are the secret dream sequences for a character named Shadow. He's already a mysterious character who has no allegiance, and the player will learn next to nothing about his past if you don't run into this event. There's a specific point in the game where if you take your party to an inn, there's a chance you'll enter a dream sequence, and if you're not expecting this, it can be very unsettling.
Like, the context too, it's like this is back in the 90s before we had creepypastas and before we had all these like, oh, you know, scary things hidden in video games. So like we're experiencing this stuff in real time, and it just makes it that much more terrifying.
The clip you just heard is actually the Game Boy Advance version, which had a smaller range of audible frequencies that it could play, so they significantly pitched up the sound, which made it a lot more shrill and hard to listen to. Here's how it sounded on the SNES.
It's just the whole trope of game that normally has music all the time suddenly doesn't have music.
Not quite as bad, but
is never ceases to be creepy.
it's still an all-around scary sequence of events. For me, this was the first time I ran into a moment in a game where I thought I had broke it somehow. Like, even after the sequences, I still questioned if something was wrong with the cartridge. The missing background, glitchy sounding noises, uncomfortable pauses, strange outlines. The creators of the sequence really did a good job at making us sympathize with Shadow and feel some of the pain he felt during his nightmares. Three Men and a Baby, The Ghost. This one is going to take a lot of explaining.
Well...
For the record, I still have never seen this movie and really don't even know what it's about, other than it's supposed to be a comedy.
What if anyone in chat knows what this is?
Made it much scarier than it really was, and why it sticks with me to this day. I was just beginning middle school when this happened, so it would have been around 2000, 2001.
Talking about me going to middle school, and then I find a picture from like 1940 schoolhouse.
Keep in mind that I would have been about 12 years old at the time, an age where you still trust your teachers with your own safety, and you haven't really started becoming an independent person yet. It was Halloween, and my tech ed teacher decided to act way out of character from how he normally behaved. He was normally a fairly dry, straightforward kind of guy, but he became all loud and theatrical. He started class by turning all the lights off and wheeling in the old giant CRT on a cart thing that us 90s kids remember. He pulled out a crusty old VHS that he recorded from home, and he asked us if anyone has ever seen a ghost before. We were all already petrified by how he was behaving, so nobody answered. "I have proof right here," he said. His story went something like this. "The apartment they used to film the scene used to belong to a family who tragically lost their son after he fell off the balcony to his death. His ghost continued to haunt the place, floating in the air in the window that took his life. His ghost only showed up on film, and no matter how many times they reshot the scene, the ghost was always there. He just wouldn't leave." He then put the spooky tape into the VCR, and this is what we saw.
Darling, a seagull. Oh, she's so lovely. What's her name?
Mary.
Mary. Oh, Mary. Look at the way she's looking at me. For a moment there, I had her laughing.
Yeah, just like me, huh?
Did you see it?
He showed it in a similar manner to what I did here. He paused the tape, went frame by frame until you could see the ghost in the background, and then he shouted, "There he is!" which startled all of us. We just sat there in silence as he went to turn the lights back on. "Now do you believe?" he said. "Be careful tonight. He might decide to follow you home." I was already cold with fear from what happened, how weird this teacher I used to trust was behaving, and being shown something really creepy at the time when I was not a fan of anything scary, and then he tells us that it might follow us home. I remember going home that night and telling my parents what happened. I was too scared to sleep in my room that night and slept on the floor of their bedroom instead. During the parent-teacher conferences later that year, my parents brought up how I reacted to it, and apparently he apologized to them. Keep in mind that this was before YouTube and social media. It was hard to find any kind of spooky things unless you went to see a horror film in a theater. At 12 years old, I didn't like scary things, so to have this suddenly thrown at me was pretty shocking. Though, looking back at the situation, it did contribute a lot to my future interests. This idea of something unexpectedly scary showing up in something not meant to be scary is way scarier than something scary in something meant to be scary.
Voice audio is doubled in the video on stream. Is it? Oh, I think it's because my I think it's picking up on my mic. Let me see. If I do
Star Wars: Shadows of the Empire for the Nintendo 64, the sewer level.
Did that stop it? Because I think it's my mic is picking up the video. Well, here is the ghost I was talking about. So this here was like the first time I had ever seen a ghost thing that was really terrifying to me, where it's like, you know, hidden in the background. Apparently, what this actually is there was a deleted scene in this movie that was like a cardboard cutout of one of the other characters, and there was a scene where it was like a joke that he had a cutout made of himself that was just sitting in the apartment, and at some point they put it behind the curtains, but then that scene was cut, but they left in the existence of this cutout in the background. So then it just became this like terrifying background detail of the movie. Oh, you went to Haunted Mansion when you were 7 years old and you thought the ghosts were going to follow you home? I know. This was a first for everyone. So is my voice not doubled if I mute my mic, like when I do this.
Star Wars, Shadows of the Empire for the Nintendo 64, the sewer level. A lot of you probably already know exactly what this is going to be about. Towards the end of the game, there's this sewer level, and it's really difficult on its own since...
Okay, yeah, it's just because I raised my speakers, because I don't like wearing headphones. It just like hurts my ears, and I want to like protect my sense of hearing. So I try to use speakers, but then I keep forgetting that it will like pick up the audio. So I'll see if I turn this down. Maybe it shouldn't interfere.
You have to use the jetpack a ton.
Oops.
To get around, avoid traps, all while the game lagged like crazy. However, the real reason why this is included is the Dianoga. They're these awful tentacle things that swim around underwater. I've only ever played this on the Nintendo 64, and I remember the level being so dark, so blurry, filled with green fog, and you could barely see anything. When you got near these things, they would make these horrible noises. They would come out of nowhere and gang up on you. The game eventually forced you to swim with them to progress, and then they made you fight this giant version of them at the end. Still to this day, I have never beaten this level. As a kid, this prevented me from ever completing the game. I just couldn't do it. I did eventually get a Game Shark, which is similar to the game Genie and how I let you cheat through games, which finally let me skip this level and play the rest of the game to completion. God, this level sucks.
It does. Easily the worst level in all of the game.
Protozoid Slimer. Even though I played a lot of Duke Nukem 3D as a kid, I never got very far in it. I usually just turned on cheats, skipped levels until I got bored. Towards the end of the game, there's this alien queen thing that gives birth to these awful little slime things, apparently called Protozoid Slimers. I remember this one moment where I was no-clipping around a level with God mode on, thinking that nothing could touch me, I have God mode. And out of nowhere, one of these things climbs onto your screen and just starts chewing on your face. Not even God mode or no-clip could protect me against this. I was probably 9 years old at the time, and this really freaked me out. I remember force quitting the game, and I have never played that map since. Action Half-Life, Hondo. This subject is perhaps the most formative of everything I've discussed so far. There's a lot of context to explain here, but I think you'll all enjoy it, so bear with me.
This is before I went and made the whole 2-hour video on this subject, but this is where I first talked about it.
Actually, like diving, very obviously, and was in its prime. Long and interesting history, and we explored time. So we as a community that was fought.
Save that for a whole other thing. If you want to learn about Action Half-Life, you'll just have to go to my YouTube channel. Anyway. We like diversions in this stream. Well, I do. Okay, I go back to the game and this is on the screen. Not expecting this. All right. Only game that spooked you as a kid was Banjo-Kazooie. It's like everyone has something that scared you as a child. Usually it's like things that weren't intended to be scary. Anyway, I killed her, apparently. Of course, Eel has this phone. Eel is a professional phone collector. I don't know what you'd call. Retro device aficionado. I don't have control anymore. Interesting. So this only... Remember to put the audio back on. So that message only showed up because I was sitting here idle? Am I like the first person in this game's history to have seen that message? Did I make a new video of scary, weird things? Oh, and it has the real month and day. But the time is not the current time. 2 p.m.? What time zone would it be 2 p.m. right now in? Can't think of... I guess, like... Because in Japan, it would be like 8 a.m. or no, 8 p.m. or something right now. So I guess this would be like somewhere in Russia? Maybe like Pakistan or something? Huh. Yeah, odd header video. This mysterious message. Interesting. Space Quest 4 terrified you as a kid? Was there like a specific thing in the game? Thing that scared you as a kid was your swim teacher would make us swim until we started to swallow water? Oh my god. I still can't swim very well. Swimming has always been scary to me because I just never had much experience doing it. N64 game to scare you specifically was a scene in Majora's Mask with the half Gibdo dad. That's right. That was really freaky. Isn't there like a Skulltula guy who's like a weird Frankenstein hybrid of like Frankenstein? Hybrid of like a Skulltula and a person? Anyway. Guess I did kill her. Whoa. Oh, it's Ocarina of Time, the cursed Skulltulas. Yeah. The Skulltulas. Oh my god. Do I really have to platform this? Oh, it's not bad. Okay. I'm gonna have to look at what time is listed, is shown on these clocks. Is it? Oh, I guess not. Dandelion. You have to snooze and add. Hmm. So I figured it out. Interesting visual. Follow Comet. Game's been pretty good. I mean, it's... I've been playing it way longer than probably the actual length of the game because it's inspired a lot of discussion. I think these types of games are really good at is inspiring discussion. So I think that I'd say that I enjoy it for that fact. And the visuals have been good. There hasn't been anything too conceptually interesting. Like I feel like I've seen a lot of the imagery here so far, but it's well made. I like this idea of dead end and you see a road that goes so far into the horizon. Like, how are we interpreting dead situation? You can never find creepypastas about mascot characters like Mario or Sonic scary in any way. Yeah. I don't think if there was ever a time... I mean, if there was horror that scared me, it's usually not specifically the characters. It's more like the context of the game behaving in a way that I didn't expect it to behave in. But yeah, things like Sonic.exe, I think even if I some reason had nostalgia for Sonic, I don't think Sonic.exe would be scary to me. In these days, like, I don't think people who make those types of games legitimately think they're scaring people. It's more of like a challenge to themselves where they're like, they enjoy the medium or they enjoy the subgenre that is games you have childhood nostalgia for having creepy elements in them, and they're just sort of like, as a creative exercise, want to try making it scary in some way. Like, I doubt many people actually think they're scary these days, especially with how many of them there are. Keep getting capsuled. Yeah, Lucas. Remember even when Ben Drown came out? Like, I was there when it was a new thing and was experiencing it for like the first time along with everyone else. And even then, I didn't really think of it as scary. I was just looking at the videos and I was thinking like, yeah, this is really creepy, and I think it's a well-made thing. At no point did I ever think it was real or have any sort of like deep-rooted fear of it. I just remember thinking that like, you know, wow, this is unsettling and is a really interesting new concept I haven't seen people do before. But I was also like 19 when it came out, so maybe if I was 12 it would be scarier. But then I think that just kind of comes down to a whole discussion about appreciation for horror. Like, I very much enjoy the genre of horror, but it's very, very rare I'm ever actually scared, but I don't think that detracts from my ability to enjoy horror. I think it's a very valid and common way of enjoying a genre, as if you have an appreciation for exploring those emotions. Like, I was watching a video about, you know, why do people enjoy horror? Because, like, it goes counter natural human instinct. Like, I hear all the time people that don't enjoy horror, they're like, why would you want to be scared? And it really just comes down to humans enjoy exploring emotions you normally don't explore, but from a safe distance. Like, if you're someone who, perhaps, this isn't everyone, but some people enjoy horror, like if they have a lot of fearful situations that they find themselves in day-to-day life, just like being out in public alone. I mean, obviously, like, just being a woman out in public alone is a scary experience in itself for the woman. And like, this video is actually specifically about why is horror way more, or almost more popular with women than men. And a lot of the conclusions they came to was like, the day-to-day experience of being a woman is comparatively a lot more scary. And it's like being able to play a genre or movie or game or something that allows you to explore fear and tackling your own fear and kind of putting yourself in the situation and feeling the satisfaction of being able to conquer fear in like a contained environment is like a satisfying human thing. To be able to test your own explorations of these emotions in a safe place where you're not actually in danger, kind of thing. So there's that, and then it's also just like, for me personally, like, I've never felt like, oh, it's a power fantasy, like, oh, I don't play scary games because I want to feel like, oh, I'm gonna conquer my fears. I love seeing what limits people can push certain feelings. Like, how many different ways can you instill a sense of fear? How many different techniques? I mean, I'm not like a super villain or anything, but it's just sort of like, if something actually manages to make me feel like uncomfortable and afraid in a game, I'm like, oh, interesting. I just learned this about myself, and I just learned this about the genre of video games, that you can instill this kind of emotion by doing this and this kind of thing. So it's just like a really interesting, and I think horror does this so much more than a lot of other things. Because, I mean, I'm privileged enough where I don't experience horror in my day-to-day life, so it's not an emotion that I get to experience much. So therefore, it becomes more appealing to me to experience it in film and games. It's like how I tend to enjoy sad things, as in like film, games and film that explore themes that are sad. And it'll just saying sad is like a really just stilted way to look at it, but it's because I don't like being sad, but I enjoy exploring sadness in a fictional light, so that it's more like I can understand more about myself by exploring this medium or this game. And I also enjoy a lot of the imagery and the sights and sounds associated with sadness, and I'm not trying to seem like edgy here or anything. Just genuinely, like, so much of the aesthetic of somber, of melancholy are just so appealing to me. And it's not that like, oh, I love being sad. Like, no. I mean, I've experienced a lot of sadness in my life, but my enjoyment of it is just like, all the associated aesthetics of this emotion are extremely, just naturally appealing to me. Oh, and thanks for the follow, by the way. Caramel Delights. Wow, there's a candy brand in chat. And Codeman, thank you for the follows. Oh, and I have a forced ad in 20 seconds. Oh my god. The real horror is advertising. I'm gonna catch up on what you all are saying while the ad is playing. It's gonna be 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry, Twitch. I mean, sorry to you guys. Twitch makes me do this. Oh, I faded the song out right when I was getting to the good part. I'm sorry. Was Binding of Isaac, Anti-Birth, Morphine. Binding of Isaac Anti-Birth has some really good music in it. So I just read over everything you guys were saying, and yeah, so at one point in Ben Drown's history, there's a often forgotten moment where for April Fools, they just released some totally out of character like troll video that pissed everyone off. Which is like, in an immersive media kind of thing, the suspension of disbelief is so important to maintaining people's enjoyment of what you're doing. And even though everyone, well, most of all people, obviously know that it's not real, but our enjoyment of it depends on being able to suspend reality for a bit. So to just come out and whatever, didn't they, I don't remember what it was, some kind of just goofy ass meme video. Like, I sympathize with the viewers. I don't think it was that bad of a reaction to be like, why did you do this? It's just stupid and ruins it. And then people are like, oh, it's just the internet, it's just a video, who cares? Like, I'm glad that the argument of it's just a video game is no longer as valid of an argument for a lot of things. I mean, I'm sure there are still some cases where it's just a game is valid, but more often than not, I think criticizing people for being immersed in a form of media, like a video game and stuff, I'm glad that's less of a thing now. Like, if you're really into a movie, you don't want to just have someone walk up to you and shake you around and be like, oh, are you enjoying the movie, huh? You know, it's just like, you got to get yourself set in the mood and to fully embrace whatever's going on. And so I just don't understand how anyone can watch movies while they're like, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but like, while they're on their phones or they're doing like 100 other things while the movie is just like a minor thing in the background. It's just kind of like, ugh. But everyone does things their own way. But oh, also, hello, greetings, short stopped, and creatures features. Nice to see your first message saying it's a vibe. I'm glad it's a vibe. Reading about how toddlers will purposefully engage with things to scare them. Like turning a toy over and over that makes loud noises and makes them cry. I guess it is sort of like hard-coded in humanity to want to test your own emotions to a level. Otherwise, there wouldn't be, you know, thrill seekers and things like that. People like testing themselves. Well, hello, Beat Bot, welcome. Storm be brewing outside? I'm jealous. I think there was a chance of a storm here. Not sure what happened to it. Which, by the way, I should open my window because it's very warm in here. And it's like 60 something degrees, so Fahrenheit. Be right back. What's the Pokemon of the day gonna be, of the night? Picking randomly without looking. Pokemon of the night is Starmie. Now you know. I ever played Strawberry Cubes? No, but that was one of the first, like, there's a game hidden in this games. I remember, it was like really innovative for its time. Alright. We are wandering around. Endless garages. And railroad tracks. Guess I should be checking the phone every once in a while because we've been getting some creepy messages. You killed us both. Okay, so I guess it does show up if you just wait a few seconds. I gotta replay the whole thing to get all the messages. That is a mangy looking moon. When the cellular automata would go flashing lights mode. Oh, we talking about strawberry cubes forever? What? So I've been watching a lot of negative harmony videos. And it's this concept of taking music and recomposing it so that anytime there are increases, or like anytime something increases or decreases, you rewrite it to have the opposite progression. So if something goes da-da-da, you change it to da-da-da. And you also make it, the key, be the opposite of the circle of fifths. So you're changing like the key and also the progression, but the overall pacing and everything of the song remains the same. And you get some just really nice compositions, especially with Beatles music. And there's one song that has been, the negative harmony version has been stuck in my head. Oh my god, I can't even remember the name of the song. But I remember that was something that was always fun for me as a kid, well, and now, learning to play piano, is that I loved taking Christmas music and playing it in minor key. So it would be like, oh, Christmas tree, and instead of it would be and I love minor key Christmas. Also, video games and such have unrealistically made me think that I would run into a lot of like corrugated metal pieces, like leaning up against buildings and stuff. Maybe it's just not common in America or in cities, but like it made me think that I'd be seeing this everywhere. Just crinkly pieces of metal laying around, like roofing tiles, I guess. And I think I've seen like a wooden barrel, maybe like just 4 or 5 times in my life. I don't really see wooden barrels very often. I don't see oil drums very often either. These are supposed to be like cliches, yet not really based on reality. Maybe if you work at a factory, you see these kinds of things more often. You see that, You see it regularly where you are. So are these sort of panels, are these used, oops, are these used for like roofing? So I guess like in a rural place, farmland, you'd probably see this more often. A lot of 50s era structures, interesting. Usually siding, oh. Big game. Where do you want me to go? And I also can't stop thinking about George being in the shop. Yeah. And that George is crazy because he's in the shop and he doesn't have money. So he cannot buy his Okiri shield. Or is it Deku shield? Deku? Corrugated iron roofing used to be a big thing pre-1960s in Australia, but not as much sense. It's really noisy when it rains. I imagine it's loud, yeah. George is in the shop. Yeah, George is in the shop. Yeah, George is in the shop. But he has no money. Or something. Kokiri Forest. The Goron City one got stuck in your head. I can't remember how that one goes. Okay, what I think this game could use, maybe it has one, is, oops. Oh my god, just, oh. Why did the butterflies appear now? Should be a way to like give you a hint about where to go. Wait, kitty? Okay. Kitty app. Everything? I scroll down. Oh, that Ringo Starr. I think I remember that song now. Where does that audio even come from? Is that when Ringo was in a Japanese commercial? Ringo. Camera? Oh, there's a photo mode. That's cool. Well, here, maybe this will help me figure out where to go. Chivo for changing poses. Oh my god. I'm not used to using gamepads. I'm worried about using forget, that it might like erase my progress or something. There's a rumble feature? Don't know what made me think of this, but I was watching Bakba Soup. He was doing a reaction stream over the current world record for Silent Hill 2 Remake, any percent, meaning that it was just full of glitches, and it was really funny. Like, I always think like the absurdity of trying to play through a horror game, especially like a deeply psychological, like tackles serious subject matter game, and like, let's speedrun this. It's just funny watching someone speed through it, but like, the thing that they exploit like crazy in the game to save time is the fact that in Unreal Engine, the way that it allows you to have no loading zones is by streaming data in and out. So you exploit that. So what happened in the run is that if you can glitch through a wall in a certain area, you can force things to load and unload. So they're like using the game's culling optimization system against itself in order to save time. So he'll actually glitch through a wall and then pause the game and then sit and wait for the game. Like, the game is like, whoa, okay, you're not supposed to be here. And it's like frantically trying to unload and load other things. And you see the world like slowly populate in the background while he's just sitting on the pause screen waiting for it to load in. And they're also exploiting the transition between stepping into a window or like through a crawl space in the ground when he does that animation. And apparently if you spam the dodge key while going through this, there's a chance you can chain the animations to like play multiple times, so then you can do the animation into or through a wall. And so you could just skip entire parts of the game this way. I mean, it's one of these things you just have to see. And like the whole time the guy's playing the game, like this wasn't Bach doing this, but the runner that he was watching, the full run of Silent Hill 2 Remake can be completed in 56 minutes. And he smokes 4 cigarettes. Oh, here's supposed to go. He smokes 4 cigarettes during the 1 hour run of the game. So he's there speed running and he's like smoking while playing and stuff. And it's just like, wow, this is, I mean, it's sad, but it's just kind of funny in a demented way where like usually speed running, it's like you need full concentration on this, and it was important to him to be like smoking while he's doing different runs and like these like crazy tricks, and like, you know, cigarettes like bouncing around all over while he's doing these insane glitch maneuvers in the game. It just added to it in a weird way. Okay, I was supposed to go into an empty garage this whole time? Or is this the entrance? Okay, this is a new spot. So game, you mean to tell me that throughout the entire game I've been going through doors, opening doors to progress, and then now this one time I have to go through an empty space to progress? Ooh. It's these, what are these called? Like tide breakers or something? These giant concrete things to prevent the allies from invading your country. No, they're actually there so that they preserve the shoreline, so when like waves crash up against it, that it doesn't eat away. So there's a lot of parts of Japan that are in kind of a crisis where like there's an entire airport that's sinking because the ocean is gradually eats away at the shoreline. So now they have these things all over it to try to prevent the shoreline from being washed away. I mean, I pretty much, unless it's a game that I personally care a lot about, I like watching the most glitch-filled runs imaginable, because I like it, like if it's like Ocarina of Time, because that was the first time seeing a game where the glitches were so beyond what I was expecting. Like I think like, oh, he's gonna clip through a wall, you know, gonna go through the floor, or instantly kill a boss or something. But when I watched that moment where he just sort of like walks around for like a full minute, just walking in circles, and then like pulls out a bottle and then dumps it out and then teleports somewhere, I was just like, this is a whole category of video I never thought I needed to watch. It was just like surreal. And just imagine in real life, like imagine if there was just a specific set of movements that you did, like you would set a glass on your table, on your desk, and you like set your hand in one place and you move this around over here, and then you like put a pencil in the glass and then you move this, and then all of a sudden you just like ascend to a different plane of existence. It's like, oh, that's all I had to do the whole time? It's just really random, just seemingly unrelated things that make things happen. Yeah, it's like arbitrary code execution, exactly, yeah. We were just talking about this. It's the Halls of the Tormented or whatever. Tormented souls. Yeah, I mean, if it's a game that I care a lot about, I like to see the glitchless run, just to see like full skill at play, well, full intended skill. But during my last stream, we were talking about how Microsoft Excel, one of the old versions, had a thing, an Easter egg in it, like the spreadsheet program that would open up a game that looks like this, that looks a lot like the screensaver, if you click certain things, and you'd be able to play a little version of this game it's called like the Hall of Tormented Souls or something like that was the name of it. And then it was all the credits of the people who were credited to making Microsoft Excel. They consider themselves tormented souls. And I'll never forget where I did manage to attend Summer Games Done Quick at least once. Because it was hosted in my state. And I think SGDQ is still hosted here. But I feel like it's a kind of event that you only really need to go to once. Like, unless you know people there. Like, I'm glad I got to experience it, but a lot of it just came down to, well, I'm just going to be sitting here watching people play on a screen, which if I was watching at home, I'd be doing the same thing, except I'm in the audience. In monotonous style, bugs on the floor. In monotonous style, when I was on camera in the audience during, did a Chrono Trigger speedrun? There was some game, like an RPG. I was in the audience and I had my badge, and you could see me on the live stream, like in the background. I flashed a Morse code message to the camera because I could rotate my badge to where light would reflect on it, and when I rotated it perpendicular, it would be like off, and then I could rotate it back and the light would flash. So I flashed a message to the camera, and that's on like the permanent, VOD history of that event. And then I also, when the camera was between segments, people could just walk up to the camera because it was just like sitting there and not focused on anything in particular. It was just left there. I would I was wearing a Vine Sauce t-shirt, and then I walked in front of the camera and like put my hand like under like Vine Sauce and then kept walking. And then only one person recognized me. They didn't recognize me, they recognized Vine Sauce, and they just said like, yeah, I usually watch Joel. I mean, cool. It was just funny. God, it's Smile Ghost. Oh yeah, and I got to witness saving the animals during the Super Metroid run in real time. Because it's very rare that Save the Animals wins the donation war. Because it means that the run is like 1 second slower when you save the animals. But I got to witness the event of them saving the animals. It was nice. Yeah, I think it's repeating. Yeah, the GDQ events as a whole have gotten huge. Like, I remember when it was before they had subscriber only mode in. And I know an obscure Vine Sauce related bit of trivia because I was there for it. Back when SGDQ or AGDQ, before it was subscriber only, and the chat was like an absolute like cesspool of just non-stop spam. Like, it was when it started getting really big and there's like no moderation and it was just constant garbage. Vinny posted Mario with huge dong ASCII art. No, Mario with huge boobs ASCII art in the chat room, and he got banned for like a day. I think it was an automatic ban. Yeah, it was big Mario with big boobs ASCII, that's what it was. But like, everyone else was doing it. Boy, is this gonna take a while to figure out where to go. I thought I was going the right way because everything was changing. Better not be some, like, secret wall. Oh, I never mentioned it on stream, but I was mentioned in someone else's Easter egg video again. I feel so accomplished because someone was talking about Easter eggs in video games, especially in mods, and then they referenced me when talking about Action Half-Life and Hondo's secrets. Because they did like a really quick summary of everything, and they're like, if you want a really in-depth look at these secrets, you should check out the video from, I think he even said my name right, I think he said Monotonist. Unlike when I was on the Odd Header video and he says the Monotonist, which I don't know, I guess, I don't think it's wrong, it's just I personally say Monotonist. He said Monotonist. Yeah, if you only have one toe, you are the monotonist. Do we have any Japanese experts in chat that know what these symbols mean? Pretty sure this is how it's supposed to be oriented. Oh, I was supposed to find this. Technically, a deer hoof is one giant toe, or at least a horse, because of like the way that how like animal legs, it's actually like the giant like middle finger is a horse hoof, and the hoof itself is like a fingernail. Because you can actually, like, on a horse, you can see the bones for the other toes of a horse that are like way up higher on the leg, and they're just tiny little things. It says something like sheet, bill, or flat thing, a joke about it being the floor. Could just be like floor, yeah. Yeah, I guess I had to jump and use it the whole time. Oh my gosh. I think it's a kanji for watashi. Oh my god, I keep forgetting to check the phone. Background change is now wintry. Cubic meadows. Come on. You know we want to do it. No message? You've fallen down a rabbit hole of Minecraft horror mod Let's Plays. Interesting. I do like watching. Oh, and I forgot to comment on like Eel. You mentioned that that you were watching that Source Filmmaker horror thing that was TF2 themed. I remember when that released, and I never managed to sit and watch the whole thing. But yeah, I do have a hard time ever being scared of like Mario or Sonic doing scary things. But I mean, speaking of Minecraft, is that I had a weird, I guess, realization or something that there's a lot of people out there that think that Minecraft looks the way it does because of technical limitations. That it wasn't a stylistic choice to make it all cube and low-res pixel-like. I mean, to an extent, the voxel stuff was a technical limitation for terrain generation, but everything else, though, it was just a choice. It didn't have to have pixel art. So now there's this confusion from like really young kids. They'll see old pixel art games like NES and stuff like that, and they think that this is all the same time because like, well, Minecraft looks like pixels too, so I think, you know, this must be around the same time when Minecraft was new. So it's like, a lot of people don't realize that Minecraft, the look of it is an artistic choice. It wasn't a necessity like actual retro games. So now, like, when there's pixel art, I've heard kids be like, oh, it's Minecraft graphics. I'm like, no, it's not. Yeah. When Minecraft was in Java, we hadn't walked on the moon yet. Oh. Story is being told here. These trees are stripped of their leaves. Simulation is breaking down. Emesis Blue. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I feel like if I was a certain age... Ooh, that was spooky. If I was a certain age when Minecraft was in its prime, it probably would have absorbed my life. Because Minecraft, like, I played the very first ever public version of Minecraft. I remember when it was released on V... 4chan. It was just like creative mode, and it was just flat grass, and it was cool and everything, but I was already like sophomore in college when it came out. But like if I was in high school or even younger when Minecraft was around, I think it would have completely absorbed all of my game time. So I feel like, you know, all these kids growing up, they don't know how it was back then when you get like one new game a year. Like my family would get like one new game for Christmas, and then I have to play that one game for the rest of the year. I mean, then the internet luckily came along, and there was a few more games, usually like Flash games, but then modding was the big thing. So then when Half-Life 1, I started just playing all of Half-Life 1's mods. That's what absorbed me as a kid. Just playing Half-Life 1 mods. Making my own maps, and I ran my own server too. You were in the alpha, nice. And mean, I played Infiniminer, the game that inspired Minecraft. And I still haven't really seen any game do quite what Infiniminer did. It was like competitive team versus team mining, where each of you have different tools. Like one of them had like a detector, and one was a dig person, miner I guess. And you would like aim this gun around to find certain materials, and then you'd all be in a big pile digging in certain directions. It was really cool. But people trolled the game so hard that it was hard to ever play a real game. Because there was like an explosives expert person, and you could just drop dynamite blocks wherever you wanted, so they would just completely blow out the spawn point so that on your own team, so your team couldn't spawn anymore because they would just fall down a pit and die. For some reason there was no like protection against that. You just made RPG Maker 95 games you never finished. Well, yeah, I made a bunch of Half-Life 1 maps that I never finished. I know the feeling. And Quake mods you play too, wow. I did have Quake, the original one, but I never got into the mods. Oh, that's right, people in IRC would share stuff. I do like the touch of the wind, the visible wind lines. Don't really see that very often. Yeah, I lost my original Minecraft account. I feel so bad because it was like I had that account before like I made that account the first day they required you to have an account, so it'll be like an ancient account. But I lost it because what was it? It was like because Minecraft was free and I had to buy it finally, and anytime I tried resetting the login information because I could not remember what my password was, that the password would just never show up in any of my email addresses. So I might have registered that account with an email account that I no longer use or something, or have access to. I'm not totally sure why. But I remember I struggled like all night to get it to work. It really sucked. You had a CD that had 101 Quake mods. The only Quake mods I remember playing was like an X-Men mod. But so many of them were multiplayer ones, so I was never able to actually play. I'd just like sit in empty servers, because the only way to play multiplayer at the time was like through LAN play, and I absolutely did not have any kind of friend groups. I've never really had a friend group, like a real life one, but I did try modem play with Warcraft 2. And people who are watching Vinny's stream, I mentioned this, where modem play in Warcraft 2 was we gave a stranger on the internet through AOL, gave him our home phone number because that's what was needed to do modem play for dial-up internet. And then he like dialed our house and we connected for a little while, and the game was so desynced that it was unplayable. Like, we were seeing different things. And it just never really went anywhere. You know, this is what the game the creator of this could do is that this eye that appears, that eye should only appear after you have spent like 5 minutes in the world and you haven't found the exit yet. The eye should like slowly fade in near where you need to go. Anyone remember Cube World? No. I remember when it was people talking about it. I never played it though. No message. Yes, Quake Team Fortress, the original Team Fortress. Okay, I think technically the origin of Team Fortress was a multiplayer team deathmatch map in the original Quake. And it was a, remember Robin Walker, the creator of Team Fortress? It was a map that was, the name of the map was Team_Fortress. Because maps would start with team if it was a team deathmatch, so it was Team_Fortress because it was a fortress that you played in a team deathmatch. And then that's where the name came from, and then people liked that map a lot that he turned it into a whole separate mod for Quake 1 with classes and stuff. And then the name Team Fortress stuck from that point on. I still so badly want to play that original vision for Team Fortress 2 before Brotherhood of Arms, when it was just called Valve's Team Fortress. And I still have the magazine in my bedroom that had all the first screenshots of it, and I remember I was just so excited. Like, I'd never been so excited to play a game because I'd been already playing Half-Life like crazy, and I was just like, I was just thirsting for a team game because I was so bad at deathmatching. I was just so tired of just deathmatching all the time. And it was just like, oh my god, it'd be like a cooperative game where like someone is a commander and you have different classes and you work together for objectives, and I was like, this sounds crazy. But then Battlefield 2 ended up coming out in the time that Team Fortress 2 was in development. Battlefield 2 pretty much did everything that the original Team Fortress 2 promised to do. And what am I missing here? In my first day of buying Battlefield 2, first day of playing it, and then going to it was called Tactical Gamer, was one of their servers. It was basically like people who take the tactics very seriously, and I joined, and everyone was on mic chat. I mean, this is before this was that common in games. Everyone was on mic chat, and everyone had like a chain of command, and you had to like report up to different people. And I remember I joined, and our squad was like taking specific orders from people, and we were like waiting around somewhere, awaiting orders, and we couldn't just go into any vehicle or anything like that. We had to wait for our officers to tell us where to go, and then the officers reported to the commander. But it felt amazing. I was like, this feels like a real large-scale cooperative war effort. It wasn't just random people just getting in a tank and driving it to the middle of nowhere and then leaving the tank to take a sniper rifle to go up on a hill and then snipe and then get bored and then parachute into and then get in a plane. You know, it wasn't like a normal Battlefield experience. It was like an actual effort to make this feel like a, you know, that like commander is in charge of the battle. And it was really fun and immersive. Where am I supposed to go? The eye disappeared. I remember seeing people play the first Team Fortress at a LAN party or just there for files, though. I'll never forget, because I only went to like 2 LAN parties in my lifetime. I barely knew anyone that was there, so it was never really that fun for me. It was just more of the spectacle of watching other people play games together in the same room. But there was a guy that the way he held his PC just gave me like a panic attack to watch. I don't know how I'd even demonstrate it, but keep in mind, like, tower computers were so much heavier than they are now. And made of like harder materials. I mean, video cards and stuff are way bigger and everything, but anyway, that he would hold it, he's walking around holding his computer upright like this above his head. So he's just like walking around, I can't even demonstrate it. It's like holding his giant computer up. It's impossible to demonstrate. It was just the most precarious position imaginable, and I was just waiting for him to drop this thing. And then this guy also became like the Bean Man, because he was just constantly like farting like the whole night, and the whole area around him just smelled so bad, and people kept telling him, can you please just like go use the bathroom or something? It's like that video that you shit in yourself. I don't think he had any kind of like condition, but it was just like, he just did not care, and it was so disgusting. Sadly, that's like one of my biggest memories of this LAN party, was the guy that wouldn't stop farting. Ugh. The Valve artist shared some of the stuff from the original TF2 a month or two ago. Turns out the medic's design was barely changed when they shifted gears to the version. Well, there's a lot of different phases of Team Fortress 2. Like there was, I'm just snoozing the ad because somehow another hour passed. I don't know what my life is. But, oh my god, is this one? Oh, I'm looking for a rock! Okay. There are so many different phases of Team Fortress 2 and different art directions and just all kinds of, oh, this is the Invasion. Yeah, Invasion was like the last version before the TF2 that we see now. The like Industrial Revolution look. But I love seeing that kind of, that stuff, like the art behind that. Invasion was more sci-fi and kind of Half-Life themed, whereas what I liked about the very original vision of Team Fortress 2 was it very much looked like if a military operation happened in the Half-Life 1 universe. Like the art style was very Half-Life 1 like, and all the textures were like, it wasn't trying to depart too far from Half-Life 1. Like I already felt like the whole aesthetic of HL1 is just so nostalgic and charming to me, like the simplicity of its design and like kind of the blockiness of everything. And the original TF2 art looked like that, but like that probably wouldn't have sold very good, so they back in the day, so they had to really innovate in technology, so the art direction changed and a lot of stuff changed in general. Well, I don't have any bots in chat to delete links, so you can post whatever you want. I'll take a look at what... Oh, I think I did see this. Yes. Yeah, here's some of the concepts for the original Team Fortress. Well, Team Fortress 2 before the big change of what it is now. So this is what TF2 could have looked like. Yeah, apparently the medic design didn't change as much between this version and the TF2 we have now. Look at these guys. Man. You know, I love this art style. I don't think it would have been as impactful as the art direction that TF2 went with in the end. Because now when you look at Overwatch and all these things inspired by TF2, like they all imitated that art direction, well, with their own flair to it, but That's really cool. I remember playing hopscotch as a kid. I was always by myself, but I didn't... Were there rules to hopscotch? Like you would just throw a pebble or a rock onto it and then you would skip the one that it lands on? You'd have to jump across? I don't even remember what the rules were. Just a slab of meat. Any messages? We got an ad in a minute and a half. What are they throwing away? It's like a control panel at like a nuclear facility? More slabs of meat? What's so much better than hopscotch is Foursquare. I remember playing Foursquare in elementary school. Now that was fun. I remember people got really into it. People got hurt. Man, I can't believe it's already time for another ad. Ad equals sad. Alright, be back in 3 minutes. really flies when I'm sitting around doing nothing when I'm talking. I'm super grateful that there's as many people theoretically listening to me talk right now. Do you guys have any random companies come to your school and just try to get everyone addicted to a specific sport or toy? You had like yo-yoing, jump rope, rip sticks. I remember that. We did have some like suspicious product placement stuff where I'm sure companies paid the school to allow them to come and advertise stuff to us. Like there was some like fitness program that we had that was called, God, I don't remember. But it was like we had to buy these books to track our physical activity, and we had to like calculate what we're eating and how many calories, and oh yeah, we had magazine fundraisers and stuff like that. We had gift wrap fundraisers. I hated all of that stuff. We did one time, because someone in my class, their dad was like a park ranger, and he like caught a bear. So one day in class, our teacher was like, hey, you guys want to see a bear? And then we're like, sure. This is elementary school, by the way. I was like 3rd grade, 2nd grade, I think. And we just all go into the parking lot, and there's just a bear in like a tube with some cage things on each side. And then he let us get really close to the cage, and it's just like, hey, look, it's a bear. And we couldn't touch the cage or anything. We didn't feel like we were in danger, but there's just a bear out in the parking lot, and we got to say hi to it. There's always like, you know, different kids have cool parents that do things, and they'd show up to class sometimes. Like we had someone's dad was a professional mime, which I didn't know there was specifically a mime career path. Like, are we living in like The Sims or something? But then this mime gave an entire like school-wide assembly, elementary school wide assembly, where he was like on stage doing a whole mime act in silence. There was no music or anything. He was just, you know, doing the whole like, you know, mime stuff. It was entertaining. I mean, he was good at it, and we were just kind of like, oh, this is weird, kind of. You know, voice actor for Tony the Tiger. What? Showed up in a hot air balloon and gave an assembly about not doing drugs? That is a hell of a combination of things. Hello, username, welcome. Well, it's a rite of passage to fall asleep watching my streams. It's like you're not really a monotonous viewer until you've fallen asleep with the stream on at some point. Speaking of like interesting family members doing things that, I mean, this is old news for me of a couple of years ago, but a really distant relative of mine, like cousin's father's cousin or something like that. Someone I've never met, but still technically, I guess, part of the family. We never knew what he did for a career for most of his life. And it was just always kind of like no one talked about it, but he always had a lot of money. We just didn't know what he did. But then a few years ago, he retired, and I guess he could legally reveal what he spent his whole life doing. And it turns out I have a relative who worked for the CIA, and he was some kind of agent for America, and he like traveled all over the place and was like undercover doing stuff. And it was just like, I guess there's a CIA agent in our family. Well, he's retired now, but like, it's like, I guess that makes sense why no one ever talked about what his career was. And he never married or anything, so I think the only person that knew what he did for a living was like his mom. Because I think his dad passed away when he was very young, so he was just, and he never got married, never had any kids, so he doesn't have anyone to talk to about this career. And it kind of makes sense why he wouldn't get married. I think if he had a job like the CIA, like you're potentially putting your family or your partner or whatever in danger by even like getting married. Like if you're captured by foreign authorities and you're like spying on other countries, and then they use all kinds of unconventional methods to torture you and get information out of you, and I don't know, maybe it's a bigger difference between working for the CIA and being a spy. I don't really know how that works, but it was crazy. It's like, oh, now I know. You missed the DARE program in Scholastic book fairs. God, yeah, Scholastic played such a big role in American elementary schools. I remember buying a lot of interesting books, usually books like learning how to draw. Because once upon a time, long ago, before computers completely overtook all of my hobbies, I used to draw constantly. Like in elementary school, I was considered advanced artistic ability for my age, and I remember my parents were like so proud of me getting all this praise from the art teacher, like, oh, he's so good for, you know, for only being 8 or however old you are when you get in elementary school. When do you start elementary? Like 5? 4? No, because you turn 13 when entering 6th grade. You start at like 5, I guess? I've never even thought about this. You know, I guess I would have been, yeah. So between the age of like 4 and 12, I was drawing all the time, and I got like awards from my teachers for it. But then computers came along and just overrode all of my interests. So then I was able to type way better than my teachers were, and they're blown away, just saying like, how can you type so well? This is like this is like the 90s, like mid 90s, before most people had computers in their home. He had a great uncle that worked for the military, and he only found out after he died that he worked on the first smart missiles. And ARPANET wasn't just a paper pusher? Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, my grandpa, on one of my grandpas, my mom's side, had all kinds of patents in World War II in his name. I mean, we were aware of this, though. This wasn't ever like a secret or anything. When he passed away, we had to figure out what to do with all of his patents. Like, he worked on B-52 bomber engine, and like his name was listed under like the owners of certain military secrets and how they built these engines. And when he passed away, we were like, what do we do with this? So I don't remember what ended up happening. The bathrooms. Oh, sorry, pool rooms. It was inevitable. Like the whole game lagged as soon as I touched this thing. I know this would turn the game into being entirely a Yumeniki imitation, but I kind of wish you had the ability to change outfits or acquire an item, and you could use this item on things. I know this is just one dev that made this whole thing in their spare time, but like, as much as I love exploration, I wish there was one other thing I could be doing besides just finding the exit. But I don't want that thing to be a collect-a-thon of just like, oh, collect the coins kind of thing. Or if maybe there was like a hidden other person that was hidden in a different place each world, I had to go find them and learn a bit more of the lore. Speaking of lore, do we have new lore? Searching. I don't know if I had to do anything to get this to show up before. And it told me that I killed someone or whatever it said. Yeah, because we had like scholastic book fairs where they'd bring in these like big cases full of books. I'm sure you guys, because I know a lot of you in chat or people in my stream tend to be on the older side, so I probably had this experience. But do you remember the scholastic, like the paper they would give you, like the catalogs that were made of like the thinnest paper known to mankind, but they're full color, and you'd look through about which books you want, and you'd like write on the order form in the back. It was so cool. It's just the paper it was made from was so distinct, because it was like really thin newsprint or something. Yeah, well, I forgot what I was originally going to say is that like most of the books that I got were always like drawing books. And I seem to be one of the only people that has this memory, but of Ed Emberley drawing books. Because Ed was all about... So why can I not crawl? I can see something back there. So, what made Ed Emberley's book so different was that he was all about drawing big scenes with a lot of characters around, and he just had to draw these little, like, stick people. They're all stylized in a way that made it so charming to me, because, like, as a kid, my favorite things to do, to draw, were, like, big scenes where lots is going on. And I used to draw, scenes of robots fighting skeletons. So those are like two of my interests at the time, were skeletons and robots. I was like, what if they fought each other? And I drew these. And there's also a thing I want to find, but I used to really like the show Real Monsters. So I created like a monster book where every day I just drew a different monster. And I remember being surprised how interesting some of these monster designs were, because this is like before the internet. I didn't have all these outside references, so like my only reference for things, inspirations, were just TV shows. So I just tried to draw stuff based on like Nicktoons. And we didn't have Cartoon Network until like 2003, because our cable provider for just some reason didn't ever get Cartoon Network, so I was very much a oh, what's going on here? I was very much a Nickelodeon child. Well, this is a sudden turn. Now this reminds me of Hondo and his secrets. There's like literally a tub full of blood that's made of like low poly kind of stuff. You had a Crumb t-shirt? Dude. Crumb was always... Actually, no, I liked Ickis. don't know how I remember their names, but yeah, Ickis, Crumb, and Oblina. And Oblina was my first exposure to Slavic accents. I was like, her voice is so cool. I wish I could talk like this. I think there were diamond-shaped punch marks on the sides of the scholastic papers. There was some other weird thing about them too, yeah. Right, yeah, you would circle what things you wanted and hope you'd get them for Christmas. That was my life for, like, video games, is... Ooh. I would just hope that I would get a certain video game at the end of the year, or maybe birthday. And I remember I almost cried when I got a second game a year because I babysat a cousin. And our cousins always had like every video game known to mankind because like their parents or their dad was rich, had a very well-paying job, and he would just constantly buy them everything. Like, I think something that symbolizes his parenting is when the PlayStation 3 came out, he bought all three of my cousins their own PlayStation 3. Like, all three of his kids, PS3s. And when the PS3 came out, it was considered absurdly expensive for the time. You know, $5.99, $5.99. So, like, nobody was getting PS3s because they're just so expensive. And he's like, oh, and they were hard to get. Like, they didn't make very many. And he's like, oh, I'll just get 3. And they all lived in the same house. So they just had, every child had their own PS3 in their own bedroom. It's like, that's insane. My friend who's really into Transformers made a robot to vehicle animation. Those are always really impressive because it's like, to make a functioning Transformer, it's like you gotta, like, it has to actually work. You can't really fake that kind of thing. I mean, unless they just like fade into one form to the other, but if they actually rig everything up so it has to rotate and assemble into the correct shape. Oh, Crumb was the one that held his own eyeballs, and he had huge, hairy armpits. Ickis was the little, like, red elf guy. And Oblina was the umbrella-looking black and white lady with huge lips. And then the Gromble was their teacher that I think was voiced by, the guy that everyone likes his voice. My god. He's the space guy. Oh, and Nigel Thornberry. What is that actor's name? I always forget. I think he voiced Tim Curry, yes. Oh my god, I can never remember his name. Also, this is the first time in a portrayal of pool rooms that I've seen pool noodles. Funny thing, in my old apartment, my back, when I was sitting on my computer, I used to have the kitchen counter was right at my back, and it was painful to lean into this like granite countertop. First world problems. And I wanted to buy a pool noodle in order to be like padding against the countertop, because I could cut it and it could grip the counter. But it turns out you can't just buy one pool noodle. So I had to buy like 16 pool noodles over the internet. So I have like 16 pool noodles. And I used like 3 of them. And I don't have a pool. So I don't know. Yeah, I do wish there was like one other thing that I could be looking for when I'm playing this. Ickis was goated in Nicktoons Racing. I don't fully understand the lexicon in this sentence, but I imagine it. Ickis was cool. He was like the red elf dude. I always thought he was the coolest one. We both have our own Nintendo. Yeah, that's right. Whatever the system the newest one was, it would just become the new Nintendo. NES is Nintendo, SNES is the Nintendo, N64 is the Nintendo. That's why, like, it always annoys me a little bit when people are like, yeah, I'm gonna go put on my Oculus. I'm like, okay, there's the Oculus Rift, there's the Oculus Quest 1, there's the Quest Pro, there's Quest 2, there's 3, there's Oculus Go. There's all these different headsets, just the Oculus doesn't mean anything. Where it's like, I'm gonna go put on my VR. It's like, excuse me, but it's not called a VR. VR is the experience that is provided by a headset. You don't put on a VR. Kind of like, I'm gonna go drive my transportation right now. I'm getting inside my transportation. Which I guess that kind of makes sense. But 500 cigarettes, Star Trek, but pool noodles, yes. You got stuck in a pool rooms, you wouldn't even complain. Now this is looking a bit more like my dream slash nightmare, except this is too positive of vibes. But this idea of the trees are completely black, but the sky is just the only thing I can see. Everything else is completely black, and I'm just struggling, running at a house in the distance that never gets any closer. Yeah, the first handheld I ever had was the original Game Boy. The gray brick one. And yes, I had to sit next to a lamp to play it because I had no backlight. Or I had to do the classic 90s kid thing of when you're trying to play in the car and you're driving down the street and you had to use the street lights, the glow of the street lights of like passing by in order to see the game. So I was like playing Tetris and Link's, how is it? Not Link's Awakening. Yeah, Link's Awakening? Oh yeah, Link to the Past is SNES. So yeah, Game Boy was Link's Awakening. Trying to play that game, and I would be playing it by audio cues, because I could hear the music, and the music would change, and like when you would transition to a different room, the music would like duck down and then come back again. No, it wasn't any of the Oracle games. That was Game Boy Color era, I'm pretty sure. This was before Color. Yeah, it was definitely Link's Awakening. But Link's Awakening got too complicated for me as a bab trying to play, so I never got too far. I never contracted Link's disease. You know. Shoot, I'm a fake fan. What's his name? definitely not Googling his name right now. Alan Resnick, yes. Oh, and then you said it right as I didn't just Google it. Anyway, yeah, Lynx disease. But then I also played Fortress of Fear on the original Game Boy, and Fortress of Fear was just like not fun, an annoyingly difficult game. And I remember because the refresh rate of the Game Boy was so low, one of the bosses in the game moved around really fast and it was just like a blur. You couldn't see where it was at all, and it was such bullshit trying to beat this boss because it was just a blur. But yeah, that green Game Boy. And Game Boy Color hadn't come out yet, but we got Super Game Boy, which apparently is a really rare adapter that is hard to come across these days. But it's like Super Game Boy is an SNES cartridge that you'd put into the system, and you could put a Game Boy game into it, and you could play Game Boy on your SNES. But it allowed you to palette swap the game, so you could use the SNES technology to change the colors of it. And I was like, it's so weird to be seeing Link's Awakening in color, whereas I think a lot of people's first experience with Link's Awakening is the DX version that was in color. Like, we didn't have color back in my day. We just had green and black, and we liked it. We didn't like it, but then the Game Gear came out, and you put like 8 AA's into that thing, and it lasts an hour. And it had backlit screen, it had color. We were like, oh my god, the Game Gear is so much better than the Game Boy. Even though I don't think it was. My cousins had the Game Gear. You lost your PSP out in the street? It's tragic. Red Allen tutorial. Ooh, I just saw Shooting Star. This is kind of imagery I like. Distant radio towers with red glowing lights. Beautiful. Oh, my Game Boy had the big magnifying screen on it, so I was like giant magnifying lens on the tiny little Game Boy screen. Oh my god, my original Game Boy is actually just like in the other room behind me. I could grab it, but I don't feel like it. But tragically, there was an issue of Nintendo Power that had a bunch of stickers that you're supposed to put onto your Game Boy, and we just covered the Game Boy in these like ugly ass stickers. And we later, like many years later, realized how ugly it was, and we tried taking the stickers off, and it just left this like horrendous just residue behind that we were never able to fully get off of this system. But I'm wondering now if, because the Game Boy is another system that turns yellow over time because it's made of like the Nintendium material that yellows with time. So I'm wondering if the stickers maybe preserved it, prevented it from turning yellow? Maybe not. I mean, it was like a full wrap sticker that encased the whole thing. Oh yes, rock. creator of this really wasn't kidding. There were many worlds. I remember the demo had like 4, and then now there's been... What world am I on? I don't know, but it feels like I'm like 30 worlds in. I got to look at wallpapers. Cool. I like that it slowly loads in. It's accurate. Now this is what I would put in my own phone. This. This. The phone's actually emitting light. Like the screen is emitting light on itself. Snowy path. Kitty. Meow. Try goo gun. Is that real? Phone charms. I never really saw people with phone charms, but I really wasn't around people much, period. All I remember is when I was in college in like 2007, 8, that people used to attach all of their valuable things to one thing. It's like they'd have their phone with their wallet, with their keys, everything tied into like a lanyard that they'd like wear around their neck. And it's like the perfect way to ruin your life by losing that one big thing. You're gonna lose all your money, your phone, and your ability to get back into your home all in one go. Whoa. You had hella phone charms. Interesting. I never really saw any when I was younger. You use lighter fluid to remove sticky residue. Huh. Oh yeah, there's a whole demo on Steam. I forgot about a game about cleaning retro hardware. Do I get a signal on Mars? No. Wait. It says I have a message. What? It's so clear. Well, how did that message come up? Wait, now the screen is shattered? Oh, is it freezing because it's cold on Mars? Confused. I don't understand how it works. Very 2007 weeb thing to do? Well, I believe that. I mean, I do miss, I miss having a small phone. I just really don't like how huge phones are these days. Like, actually, 1 second. I'm almost back. Okay. Let me get to some better lighting. My face isn't red. Oh yeah, we're playing Journey, basically. Still use a flip phone, you got rid of smartphones so you could stop doom scrolling. You are a very powerful person. Very, very healthy as well. I'll show you guys what I grabbed in a second. I want to get somewhere that isn't so orange. I'm sure if the dev of this game watches my VOD of this, they're gonna be like, why doesn't he just play the game? He's just here like talking about all these other things. Also, water on Mars. Wait, life? Playground on Mars? It sounds like a band. Oh my god, and then the other world. Cool. Boss. Yeah, I'll stay looking upwards. Apologies for making my face big. Also, I'm not this crusty normally, but I have a sharpen filter on the camera that I think looks fine at a smaller resolution, but now it looks really bad. Here, let me lower this. I swear I'm not this crusty. You turn the ISO up high in your camera? Yeah. Anyway, so I have all of my phones that I've ever had because I went out of my way to find them all because I'd like to hang on to them so they wouldn't get like thrown out. But I only have my smartphones. I don't have my non-smart ones. I don't know what happened to those, unfortunately. But I was one of the very first people that I knew that had an iPhone. Oh my god, there's something bad going on with the screen. So this is the first generation iPhone. And my hands aren't that big. And just like the size of this, my camera's in the worst position for doing this kind of thing. But look at the, oh hey guys, it's you. The ability to reach the entire, this camera angle is so bad for this. Ability to reach the entire screen easily. Just your thumb. Can't stand how, like I have a Pixel. I don't remember what number Pixel phone it is. And size-wise, like I bought the smaller of the phones. Ignore all the stuff that's on it. But it's like original iPhones is so much smaller, and I really enjoy the I just wish phones were this size again. It was so nice. And then the Galaxy S3. This was the first OLED smartphone, I think, at least that Samsung had. Galaxy S, but like everything's just a rectangle. Like phones are just so boring looking these days. And then I don't even know what this is. It's another, this was actually technically for work that I was doing at the time. So I went from Galaxy S3 to Galaxy S6, I think it was. And then Galaxy Note. And this is the biggest phone I've ever had. So like compared to the original iPhone, the Note. And the Note has the stylus built into the bottom. So you can like... And it's actually came in really useful because the Note worked in the winter. And I would be out doing stuff in the freezing cold all the time, and it was nice being able to not have to take my hands out of gloves and just be able to use the phone this way. And I know they make gloves that have like capacitive touch or whatever, but they've always been so clumsy and annoying to use. And then there's the Galaxy S8. It's the first time the screen is rounded on the edges. Like you can see how it's warped like this on the sides. And this thing is just a slippery bar of soap. Like if this got slightly wet, I would just drop it and it was just horrendous. Like I almost never buy cases for my phones, and I've also never dropped my phones, like, at least to the point where they became damaged in any way. But I just could not stand how slippery this became. But it was kind of cool how the OLED screen wraps around the edges like this. And then finally is the, well, my current phone, which is like Pixel something or other. Oh wait, I'm missing one of the most important ones. It's actually kind of the point why I even grabbed all these. I forgot. I have to go look in the bag again. Don't look at the... I'll be back. All right. This is the first ever phone that Google made. This is the HTC it's the one that has the trackball at the bottom. And what's so cool about this trackball is that it glows like a light, and I really miss when phones had visible lights on the outside, where the phone could just be sitting on the desk and you could just at a glance know what type of notification it was, and it was like an RGB glowing thing. So I knew like if it was blue and pulsating, it was Facebook. If it was green and slowly fading, it was a text message. And I just really like being able to tell what sort of notifications are on without ever having to turn the phone on. And this sort of had physical buttons. We can see chat in the camera. Actually, not physical, but it had buttons on the bottom. Here. I miss these days of having dedicated buttons that are always there and they always perform the same function. Same with the original iPhone. A physical button that you could push that always did the same thing and it was reliably there all the time. Oh, and a really exotic thing. Headphone jack. Remember the days when we could actually use headphones with wires and they didn't force us to do wireless things? Crazy, all these phones used to have holes in them where you could plug listening devices into. And then now with my Pixel phone, there's just no holes anywhere except for the USB-C and the 2 speakers at the bottom. Tragic. Like, I just have never connected headphones to my phone because it's just, I don't have wireless headphones and I don't ever want them. So I just don't ever use them. And if I want to listen to something, I'll just use my other phone that's just a lot older. And just reading back what you all were saying, yeah, about tiny pockets making it impossible to hold phones. Like, this beast, the Galaxy Note 3, this thing does not fit in any pockets, even like man pockets. And it just carved holes in everything, whereas this little guy, I gotta look up, what is the name of this one? It's called like the Pre? Or no, the something one? Google's first phone. Nexus 1. I don't think the battery works anymore, but I'd like to charge these and actually turn them on. It would be a nostalgia trip to like look at what was even on my phone back then. I just love how small it is. Even slightly smaller than the original iPhone. Anyway, I'm gonna have to actively look for small smartphone whenever I buy a new one. Strangely, look what's happening to the screen of the original iPhone. I don't know if this will even show up. Oh, there. Look at this dark spot. There's like an inky hole. It's a bad way to put it. There's like a discoloration. So I'm kind of afraid that if I turn this on, that it's just gonna like melt. I mean, this phone is 19 years old, I think. Wait, I bought it in like 08. Okay, not 19. Something like that. A cataract? Like an eye? Is it delaminating? Maybe. Oh, I do have a really thin protective layer on it. See that at the bottom here? Maybe that's what's happening, because I've never seen a screen do that. Huh. I guess, yeah, you can't charge your phone and listen to music at the same time now. See, I just love the trend of companies taking away things and charging you more. It's like, isn't that the opposite of how business is supposed to go? Where it's like, we're offering you more, so that justifies paying more. But instead, it's like, let's just keep taking things away and keep increasing the price on everything. And they can't do anything because you're like a captive audience. They know you have to buy these things. So, oh well. Yeah, we live in a corrupt world of scams. We're just all sitting in a barrel and like being shot at, and money flies out every time they shoot at us sitting in a barrel. Joy. Kind of surprised I have this many phones. Like, I only buy a new phone every like 6 years or something, I feel like. Or not 6, like 3. And 2 of these phones were from work. I didn't even buy them myself. They were given to me. It kind of feels like it's like a ticking time bomb to have all of these phones just sitting in a bag somewhere. It's like the batteries inside are going to explode and they're going to catch fire, and then the next one's going to catch fire, and everything's just going to start on fire. All right. Do I have any other show and tell things? Hey guys, what do you think of my new look? Whoa, these are a lot more reflective than I thought. I don't think I can pull off the circle glasses. These are 3D IMAX glasses because I went to opening night of whatever the last Harry Potter movie was, and it was 3D, and then they like gave me, they let us keep, oh, Deathly Hollows. They let us keep the glasses. Now I can just look cool everywhere I go. Wait, if these are polarized lenses, can I... Guess it's not really working. Because like usually when lenses are polarized, it's like they fade in and out. Yeah, can I reflect one of you specifically? Oh yeah, there we go. Look, Beat Bop, it's you. If I grow a mustache, I could be Eggman. You mean Dr. Robotnik? Promotion! Oh, and then my other cool glasses are, now this will like actually ruin my vision if I leave these on all the time. These are red and blue, not the poser red and green. And when I wanted to just buy one pair of these, but you have to buy like a minimum of like 20, so now I have like 20 pairs of red and blue 3D glasses. This is like the progression of technology here. We got the classic. There's a word for this. It's not just red blue 3D. It's like it's called like chromoscopic, something like that. And this is like this is passive 3D. It's like IMAX. And then the next progression, kind of. Yes. Whoop. Just broke something. I'm not gonna put it on, but Quest Pro with, I have to have a tracker on top of it. Anyway, an ad is going to forcibly play in 1 minute. Because what even is time anymore? Robotnik when he was skinny. Robotnik was skinny? I never saw the Meow movies. Meow? When games would play with Red Blue 3D, like Sly 3, there was a couple games that actually had Red Blue 3D integration. It was cool. Uh-oh, I pushed a button. Oh, that's just a mirror. No. Anyway, well, forced ad is going to play I'll play 30 more minutes in theory, but when we come back. And I appreciate you all you're watching. Surprised there's this many people here at this time. You're probably all asleep, which is cool. Well, anyway, 3 minutes of ads. I'll be right back. Sorry, ad equals sad. Oh my god, I'm huge. Just be here in the corner if anyone needs me. To say that Eggman, he wasn't from the Meow movies. This was like way earlier Sonic. Oh, I hate the name Eggman so much, but I always think of Vinny's impression when he's like, Agman. Like, whoa, Agman. Oh, I thought the game was disabled. I forgot I'm like... Ah, yes. There we go. Do I even need my light on him? Yes, now we're back in the dungeon. So when Vinny, you know, when he jokes about saying like, oh, this is probably my, you know, his worst stream or something like that. Oh, first, before I go on a tangent again, Luna Smoke, thank you for the follow. But Vinny is like, oh, this is my worst stream. I think objectively his worst stream was the Toad Fan Games stream from like, God, 10 years ago or something. And it was so fitting that it was Toad that I think has the honor of providing him with the worst stream. And it was bad because not only were all the games extremely annoying, like they're just loud as hell. It was these games that are made in just some like obscure engine that somehow had the power to override Windows audio. So he kept putting the audio back down because it would get loud, and then the next game would immediately put the audio back up again. So it was just like horrendous, loud, screeching sounds. But on top of things is it actually broke his computer for like a week. Like something permanently changed his like Windows drivers, or I don't know, some permanent change happened to his computer that affected all of the streams from that point on. It was just because of fan games of Toad were just that bad that they made other games worse by having played them before other games. It's just like nothing competes with how bad that stream was. And I remember he had to like reinstall Windows or something, and they even like fixed those problems. It was crazy. I love the slow moving effect. Man, there is a new shader VR chat, not really that new anymore, but Red Sim, he keeps making incredible new things, like he's doing light volumes, but he made a grass shader that I've been meaning to play with. But it has all kinds of like subtle effects like this where you can have different pieces, you know, big blobs move at different times to wave, and I just would love to play with grass. I feel like frolicking in a field of flowers is something that sounds more fun than it would actually be. I feel like it would just, like you would just get tangled in the roots of the flowers and fall over, and then don't roses have thorns? These are roses, I think, aren't they? Oh, they're lilies. Spider lilies. But what is weird is that this is at night. So why are the flowers so bright when it's the moonlight? Roses have thorns. Do lilies, though? Oh, I can see the end of the field. Maybe? Yeah, allergies would absolutely be terrible here. Rolling in flower petals? Maybe? Ooh. Sort of like Bryce World, and we got our coordinate axes. This is Trapper Keeper World. See, I can pinpoint the exact moment when these coordinate axes are facing the correct direction. Let's see if it does it. Here it comes. Right there. And I say that because it's Z up. And I think Z up is the only correct way to think about dimensions in 3D space. Because I think our world is on a XY plane, and most of us interpret the world as walking around in 2 dimensions. Like when you drive a car, you're driving 2-dimensionally. You're not thinking about what's above you in a car. You're thinking about what's in front, behind, left, right. You're not thinking about what's above you. So I think most of us interpret the world in the X and the Y. So I think by Z being, thinking of Z as being the height, that's the additional part that adds a 3rd dimension to life. And usually axes, XYZ, RGB. So R and G would be X and Y, and then blue, B, would be Z. But, and then programs like Maya and all that have to be all like, oh, think about yourself sitting in a theater looking at a movie screen. To them, X and Y is this way and this way, and then Z is depth going into the screen. Whereas the way I think is more correct is looking from the world from the top down, and X and Y is the space that you walk around on, and then Z is the height. You know, so it's more like height versus depth. Why don't they make a WXYZ? Well, there's UVW. There's XYZ, UVW. Those are coordinates, texture coordinates. You've gone in the 3rd dimension in a car? Always wear your seatbelt. How fast were you going to experience the 3rd dimension in a car? You airborne? Like, it reminds me, there was like a Ring doorbell video of someone going so fast off a highway that they jump into the air and they crash into the 2nd story of a house. Imagine thinking like, oh yeah, I'm sleeping high up in the air, like I'm above the ground, and then a car crashes through your 2nd story bedroom window. Quarters. We're back in Silent Hill. Going 50 miles per hour on ice, and you fishtailed into the ditch and jumped it. Damn. I hope you didn't get hurt. Did you play Highway to Hell as you did it? Soundtrack to wrecking your car too? Now what is this? It's like, it's not MySpace. I don't know what interface this is. You also consider Z to be up and down. Nice. So you're on the good team. Ooh. Can I get out there? Nothing's more tragic than a piano in the rain. And I've been too mecha chameleon brained lately. I've been playing it a lot. It's a game that at least allows you to just quickly jump around through public lobbies without any problems, really. I mean, some of the lobby names are very gamer, but I honestly haven't had any issues with people that are in the lobbies. People are usually just there to play, that people don't really talk. And I keep doing like exceedingly well. It's cool. The Blood River. I like this. Just realized the use key and the jump button are the same thing. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're playing in public servers on a thing and there's just like a slur or something, as long as you're not like saying that you endorse or agree with the bad things that are saying and just sort of move on and not acknowledge it, don't think it's an issue. I mean, my stream is so small, like who cares? Like if I were streaming to thousands of people and then gamer words are being said, I think it's just like, as long as you're not the one saying it or allowing it to happen, condoning it, should be fine. I don't know. But in general, it wasn't as bad as I was expecting, just going to public things. It's just funny how like the culture evolves over time, and the it's constantly a problem where the lobby host is just gone. Like they'll do one round and then they just leave their computer, I guess. And I don't know if they're actually just not at their computer or if there's some like desync issue that makes it appear as if they're not there anymore. But that always happens. They give like 24 people in a lobby and then everyone's just like over and over and over, just spamming the whistling and trying to get the person to start the lobby, and then they never do, and then everyone just like keeps trickling out. A little pizza detective. Yeah, there are some horrible microphones, I agree. Like, just when you think that maybe we live in a time where even decent microphones are affordable, or even yeah, even decent microphones are cheap for people that maybe people will still not be that bad sounding, and then someone whips out their, like, you know, Xbox Live mic or whatever. A lot of times it's not the microphone's fault. Sometimes it's like people just put mics in their mouths when they talk. Playing those all-in-one PCs, right? Greetings, Lugnado. People are performing the mono-stream ritual, which is falling asleep at the beginning of the stream and waking up towards the end. Oh, that's right, it's the 4th of July today. Yay. I mean, I like fireworks and stuff, they're alright. But I don't really, not doing anything. I know it's not a dream exploration game if there's no meat room, so we finally met the meat. I'm not able to even pull my phone out in the meat room. They confiscated our phones. And there is undulation going on. It's important for meat rooms to undulate. You're in Florida right now. So you're living out GTA 6 in real life? Oops. Can you spoil for us what happens in the game since you're in Florida right now? John GTA dies. Well, thank God. I can't jump either. Oh. Alright. We died in the meat room. Now this is not quite what it was like, but I always talk about like one of the most memorable atmospheric moments in my life was the night before my first shift as a DJ for my college radio station. Remember, I had headphones in and I was listening to the person who was ending their show so I could know when they're like winding down. And it was still like an hour or so left. And it was really cold out and really foggy. And my show started at midnight and went till 3 in the morning on Saturdays. You can see I haven't changed since then, time-wise. And it was like, but it was extremely foggy out, and I'm like, I want to fully embrace this fog and just take it all in. So I went out into the biggest parking lot on campus, and it was the weekend, so no one was parked there. And I stood in the middle of the parking lot where the fog was so thick that I couldn't see anything in any direction. I just spun around a few times, and I got to feel that completely isolating feeling of just, I have no point of reference where I'm completely disorientated. And it's just like, it was such a fun feeling. Because I love fog, and I like otherworldly experiences where I get to just feel completely lost in like a surreal landscape like we're looking at right now. This is pretty much what it was like. It wasn't snowing, but it was just foggy. And Duluth is a very foggy city. So when we get fog, we get a lot of fog. And I had a really powerful laser pointer. I mean, this was like a year or two later. And I had a really powerful green laser pointer, and I went out on one of the foggy days, and I just shined the laser in the sky, and it was like a column of celestial light, like descending from the heavens. Like I shot it up into the air, and it was like the brightest thing I'd ever seen. It was like a spotlight just coming out of my hand. It was amazing. No, if you have even like really weak laser pointers, like you can see the entire beam when you shoot them out in the place like that. We are far away. Murderer. And I can't run anymore. It's not going to let me run from my problems. Can I woo? I can. Why I can yump. Can I sit? I can sit. I haven't used that feature anywhere. Guess I don't really have any choice other than to just move on. Carry on, carry on. The snowflakes are doing weird things. Like you see a group of 4. I think my cursor shows up when I tab. There we go. Where are they? Of course it's not doing it anymore. But I was seeing groups of snowflakes that would 4 that would move together and then they would merge into one. It's very strange. Guess that was the end? Is that the real ending? I didn't bump into any nurses that would like give me the bad ending. Oh, wait. Never mind. I don't remember the room being trash like this before. There's meat all over the floor too. Oh, there's a photo mode. Forgot. Connection? established? I have a phone signal. What do I do with this? Here, now I can take a closer look around. Yeah, you just got expedited meat delivery. Not to... Oh, cool. iPod. Kids these days wouldn't recognize this ancient artifact. Fish pillow. Nice. Got American electrical sockets. I'm gonna say, not to call anyone out, but I don't understand how people can just have like dirty dishes at their desk that just sit there for days and days, and just like empty soda cans, and just, it's like, I can understand cluttered desks and stuff, but like filthy, but there's just rotting food everywhere, that I don't get. Especially if there's like a garbage bin like in your same room. And I know sometimes like depression or a lot of reasons, but when it's as simple as like there is a garbage bin right next to the desk, then it becomes a question of why. What are these pills? Suroxar? Any pill experts in chat? Suroxar? I just go and wash my dishes right after I finish using them. You have a recycling bin by your desk. Well, there you go. Well, I mean, if you're leaving dirty dishes like in the sink in the kitchen, I understand that. But in like what we're seeing right here, like just leaving like just leaving food in a bowl by your desk indefinitely, and like just plates of stuff sitting around that has been there for days. Or people will just have like pizza boxes stacked up to the ceiling. Oh. I didn't mean to take that picture. You had an ant problem growing up? Thinking it's like headache medication or sleep aid? Your cats used to drag rotting food from your brother's room to your room. Wow. I think your cat was trying to signal that your brother needs help, and you're the only one who can help him. I can't really tell if anything is different. I feel like the beginning room was different. Your cat brings you birds sometimes. You wake up with a house full of feathers. Oh no, they did it again. Oh. I know my parents' cats sometimes just find random mice. Your cat would also only pee on your brother's stuff and no one else's. Amazing. Pets that hold grudges against specific family members. That should have been an achievement. Okay, well, I don't think anything is different then. As a abrupt end, I was called a murderer, and then walking in endless fog, and that was it. See, now what should be happening is that when I go through these worlds again, there'll be something a little off about each one. Like that fence could have been broken, and then you could continue and go down a whole separate path. And reward players who return, want to keep going. Something like this would definitely need workshop support, because this would be a perfect little playground just for people to upload their cool little worlds. If you ever get a hang of coding and you want to make a game like this, I know. But I'm kind of working on my own thing, kind of. Like, I was learning to use the version of RPG Maker that Collective Unconscious uses. Starting to learn that, and I had some ideas of what I wanted to do, but some things changed and I didn't really feel like going any further on it. But it was interesting learning what I did and realize what a high level of tolerance people have that make Yumeniki stuff using the like original RPG Maker, that is just such a pain in the ass to use, especially when people have like big complex worlds with many layers and like perspectives that are non-standard. Okay, so if I can go back to the title screen. I want to see what forget does. Wait, did Kitty change? No? Alright, is there an achievement for petting the kitty 100 times? Realize the cursor's in the middle of the screen. Okay. Now what does this do? Current progress will be lost. No. Okay. End program. Ooh, the world unloads for a second. Well, now I need to see if there is workshop support, because maybe there is. Oh, there's an update literally just a little bit ago. The dev is watching my stream and is like, I like his idea that the things need to change in the second way through. Okay, let's see what the update is. There was a Mecha Chameleon update also. I know you guys can't see this. The dev's name is Lane. I don't see workshop stuff. I mean, that I imagine it'd be very complicated. The reviews, like the dev selected reviews, it says, I effing, actually, no, we don't know what it is because it's all censored out. It says, what? I hate dreaming and wolf girls suck. This game effing sucks. I effing hate this game. Those are the reviews. Dev is self-deprecating. Explore atmospheric dreams of vagrant but familiar memories. About this game, there is no game. You walk around and explore brutalist but also dreamlike environments. Other feature is a dedicated sit button and howl button because wolf girls are super cool. Apparently. Notice, while this program does not contain conventional horror elements, themes of liminality, isolation, and escapism may evoke unsettling feelings or generally be difficult topics to some, so please explore with caution. Overwhelmingly positive reviews. I'm curious because this game is doing really well. Let me look up Steam charts on this game. I just think that the fan base for Yume Nikki-like stuff, people love that kind of thing, including me, so much that anything that is similar to it, people are going to jump on and support. All-time peak was 263 players, even though there's over 600 reviews. Like, for a tiny game like this, 600 reviews is huge, and it's overwhelmingly positive. There's 90 people playing right now. It's doing better than Concord. 655, and they charge $5. Wait, so if there's at least 655 people who have made reviews and they're charging $5 for it, this dev has already made a few $1,000s. That's really cool. Will there ever be another collab stream with Moth in the future? I mean, I would enjoy it, but probably not. She's very busy, has her own life going on. She's a big-time streamer, which is good to see. So you couldn't pull out the phone in the meat room. You literally couldn't leave. Yes, I was stuck in the meat room. So what emotes are those? Hobbs? I like giant eye emotes. Still, one of the funniest things to me was in Vinny's chat when what was the frog in Animal Crossing, and people would do like the emotes with like the eyes and the lips. That combination, the eyes and the giant lips, is just will never not be funny to me. I'm looking at all the pictures. I think I visited everything. So what people's reviews are saying. They're saying, yes, there we go. Diva. Nice. And depending on what like operating system or chat client you're using, it appears different. The most recognized review says, very cute liminal space walking game that resonates with early 2000s nostalgia. I was expecting it to be a bit shorter, but was pleasantly surprised at just how many environments are to explore. This game is perfect if you want a little escape from reality and love all things liminal and dreamcore. As of right now, the game is a bit buggy, but I hope that doesn't deter anyone from playing because it's a really beautiful experience. Nice. Oh, Gigi? No, I think it was Diva. I want to see what the negative reviews are saying. Yeah, I agree. They're just saying they want a little more out of it other than just find the exit. Wait, are there achievements that I don't have? There's someone complaining that the achievements are ridiculous. Where are they? There's 8 achievements. The most achieved achievement is called meat, and it just says step in the meat. There's an achievement for jumping on the mattress 522 times. There's an achievement for howling 200 times. There's an achievement for meowing 200 times. I had the right idea and I didn't do it. You know what? We are going to meow 200 times. That's the most effort I'll ever put into an achievement. Oh, there was a meow. Okay, this is my meow percent. Yeah, jumping 522. I'm not going to do that. That's ridiculous. All right, but I can meow. All right, here we go. Can I howl and meow at the same time? You can. Could I get both achievements? I can meow and howl 200 times. Oh my god. Alright, chat. It's gonna be very annoying. I guess you probably can't hear the clicking. Let's see. Okay. Let me try to mentally... So 10 groups of 10 is 100, so I just have to count to 10 times. Alright. Should be getting close. Not like that. I feel like it should have been 200. Well, the howling is slower. Oh! I got the meow. Okay. Now the howling. 1, 2, 3. Howling is gonna be too much, because there's like 3 seconds between howls. Yeah, that's gonna be too long. Jumping on the bed. 2, 3. No, that 500 times. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. No. I'm not gonna do that. In sleeping or I guess this is considered sleeping, sitting in this pose for 12 minutes is the other one. Well, there's 8 more minutes. Well, technically 13 more minutes until an ad plays. So ads will usually dictate when I'm like, maybe I should actually end the stream. When I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, it just never feels like that much time has passed. I like that I can access the phone this way. This is a lot more friendly than using the gamepad. Alright, I want to see what the Mecha Chameleon update is. Literally just happened. Reworked Osaka map. Improve the resolution of the paintbrush. Add an experimental color palette for upcoming controller support. Experimental color palette. Improve the stability of the 3D color picker. Fixed an issue where collision detection still applied to invisible players. Fixed an issue where the displayed paint in the Gyakusan chicken race was occasionally not synchronized. Chicken race? A collaboration map will be released mid next week. It's unbelievable to me that the devs of Mecha Chameleon are like millionaires. Like, this game has sold millions. Well, not, wait, how much did they charge for it? $6. And there's over 24,500 reviews. But I remember seeing there was some article written about it where they said like they've sold over like nearly 1 million copies of this game, which I do think it is deserved because it is a fun game. It is an interesting concept, and it doesn't just blatantly copy something that already exists. I mean, yeah, people are like, oh, it's just prop hunt. Like, no, it's not. Like, just hide and seek is a basic human game, and this is just an interesting take on the hiding and seeking. What I want to see is somebody, like a crazy YouTuber, to do a real life version of this Mecha Chameleon where they're running around like carrying buckets of paint, and the guy like goes up against the wall and like frantically paints his body to blend in with the background or something. I want to see like Mega 64 or someone do that. That would be amazing. And I didn't even know that the game has audio or has music, because the music is so quiet on the title screen, and I'm usually not wearing headphones until someone commented on the music, and then I blasted my speakers like, oh, there is a song. Huh. Hello, Zeltingle. Morning stream. Night stream that turned into morning is usually how things go. My big temptation would be that I should just play Mecha Chameleon right now. But then I would be here for many more hours. Reminds me of the game where an NPC you needed to speak wasn't at his place and you're supposed to return way later in your adventure, but the game had a funny thing that if you just hang around for like an hour, an NPC can arise and joins. joined earlier instead of late game. Huh. I mean, I know there are, I can't think of what game you're referring to, but there was that game where you, was it Far Cry? Where the main villain at the beginning is like, stay right here. And then if you stay, he's like, oh, like you wait for like an hour in real life, and then he comes back and he's like, oh, thanks for waiting. And you all like sit around and you like eat a nice meal together, and he like drives you out to where your dead father is buried, and like, oh, credits roll. Like, I love it when games do it. Far Cry 4, yeah. It's so funny that it does that. Like, anytime a game breaks the idea of like the expectations of being the center of the world of a game. Like I always talk about how I hate being the hero in a game. And I like it when the world moves on around you, even though you're not moving. Like, there was some game that came out a while back where it was like, the whole idea is that there's a not parascopic, what's it, pathologic. That game, I mean, that's known for being like a continuously changing world that moves on regardless of you. But there's even another more recent game that was like a detective game where it had that kind of thing going on. Just like being in the background and observing functioning worlds that will move on even if I'm not progressing things. What's funny about that is that the wait at the table ending is actually arguably the best ending because the other endings are bad anyway. That's right. Well, I guess I don't want to spoil the game. I know you have to make some big decisions towards the end, and either decision like completely screws something over. So it's a sort of like, yeah, there's no good ending. So really just doing what the bad guy tells you to do is the best way to go. Is that a life lesson? I don't know. It's not like Oblivion where you save the mortal plane and you're also the head of the mage guild, the fighter guild, the thieves guild. Like, that was, I know Starfield is a whole complex subject, but I liked most of Starfield, but my biggest complaint was how you could do everything. It's like you could gain the full respect of all factions, even the blatantly bad guy faction. It's like, oh, I'm going to side with the good guys and the bad guys and just do all the harm and all the good in the universe and everything, and it all ends up working out in the end. That's so boring. I mean, I like how, like, in Fallout games, well, like Skyrim too, like Stormcloaks, Imperials, there's really no good guys, and once you side with one, you can't just do everything, you can't be a part of everything. Like, games should make you deal with the consequences of your choices and not just let you do everything. That's why it's usually fun to replay games and try playing it a different way to see, like, what happens if I do this and this. Instead, it's like, oh, I played it once, I'm done, bye, never open the game again. Well, there we go. On my nophenia front of my Steam thing says I meowed 200 times, and that is my crowning achievement, gaming achievement. All right, well, I don't have any more snoozes on my ads, and then 5 minutes an ad's gonna play, so I might as well wind down and figure out who I'm going to raid. A lot of unconscious bodies in chat that artificially makes it look like there's more people here than there really is. There really are. Hello, Just Mister. Thank you for watching. Yeah, so if you're all gonna head out now, appreciate you all watching. But I always say it, makes me feel really nice that I can not stream for many, many months and I can still get around like 50-ish people. I mean, Vidyabum rated me, which is very kind of him. Well, I was going to say, if someone's streaming the Far Cry game we were just talking about, but she's streaming Far Cry 5, not 4. Let's see, who all... Oh yeah, if any y'all fellow Americans is doing stuff today for the 4th, hope it's fun and safe. Still remember the 2020 4th of July was terrifying because they canceled all the shows for the lockdowns and people had bought all these fireworks and they're like, well, what are we going to do with these fireworks? So they just like randomly shot them off. I was living in like a tiny college neighborhood and it was just like really illegal fireworks, like huge exploding dangerous ones being launched off like barely above the houses, and it was insane how loud that was. It was the closest I've ever been to like feeling like I'm in a war zone. Like, oh, they're going to cancel all the fireworks shows. I guess we'll just shoot them all off right here in the street. Almost all the streams that are live right now are like Russian or Polish streamers that I follow that probably don't speak English. How about there's a Minnesota-based cat sanctuary that is streaming right now? I mean, they show all of their like cameras. So we can enjoy some cats. And I didn't even know they were based out of Minnesota. I was like, what? So I'm gonna raid the cat sanctuary. Oh yeah, driving to Wisconsin to get illegal fireworks to bring to Minnesota is like classic Minnesota pastime. Yeah, all the fireworks stores are right on the border because they know what they're doing. You've done it before? Guilty. All right, so this is Furball Farm. Enjoy cats, and this is from what I've seen, it seems to be a well-run cat sanctuary, and we were just talking about this, I have 30 seconds so the ad plays. We were just talking about like, you know, the tragedy of how there's a lot of animals without homes and how like domestication and all that is kind of tragic because of all the animals without homes. So places like this I really respect that are providing homes for like hundreds of stray animals and things. So this place is great. All right, have a good 4th if you're American. Everyone else, just have a cool day and don't like melt and overheat if you're in Europe. And yeah, goodbye, morning, whatever such things. So I'll respond to you, Shalag, after the raid. So bye.